The House will come to order. Reports from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, April 24th, 2023, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills: Senate File number 10, House File number 36, Senate File number 3035, and House File number 100.
Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1955. The clerk will report the bill.
Is it House File? I have it as a Senate File. Senate File.
The first bill on the calendar for the day is Senate File 1955. The clerk will report the bill.
Thank you. Senate File number 1955, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government, establishing a budget for the Department of Agriculture.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang, to explain Senate File 1955.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, today I'm happy to present you the Agriculture Budget Bill that members of the Agriculture Committee, staff, and I have worked hard to pull it all together. As a first-time chair of not just any committee, but the Agriculture Committee, I get head scratches and frequently asked questions about why a young Asian woman like me is interested in farming. Little do they know that I represent a long history of farmers. My ancestors who practiced slash and burn in the old homeland of Laos, who built terraces of rice fields in the lush mountains of China. And to this day, the Hmong in French Guiana produce 80% of the fruits and vegetables feeding the country. And if you don't know where that is, that's in South America, a territory the size of Indiana that sits right above Brazil. We have Hmong people there who have settled as refugees who literally feed the country. But here in the US, I represent a generation of farmers that have been left out. The story of the Hmong people cannot be a story without agriculture, because that is how families built their livelihoods. And that is what I see in our Minnesota farmers. Farming as a way of life, our livelihood, and our way to prosperity. It is the foundation of Minnesota's economy and the health of our soil that feeds our way of life. People's lives are touched by agriculture. Farmers represent about 2% of the state, but 100% of us eat. Food access remains a key component of this bill. We are funding Farm to School to support locally grown producers and provide healthy food to our children. Grants for mom and pop shops to afford refrigeration, so communities living in food deserts, where the closest grocery store may be 50 miles away, can get access to good food. Grants to food shelves like Second Harvest to meet demands of hungry families while purchasing from our Minnesota farmers. Furthermore, this bill looks at addressing soil health. Many initiatives are getting funding for Forever Green, continuous living cover crops, hemp fiber known for the carbon sequestration, and soil health financial assistance to growers. Most importantly, this bill makes direct investments to farmers. There are many items in this bill that I can name, from farm business, education, to equipment grants, to meat processing. But the largest investment we make towards farmers is establishing a grain indemnity fund. And I'm proud that that is going to be a legacy of this bill, and I value Representative Cha's leadership on this important issue. In the Agriculture Committee, we've heard time and time again from farmers who have been financially devastated by elevator collapses. After years of discussion and continued hardship experienced by farm families year over year, this will finally provide meaningful protection to producers who sell grain in Minnesota. Broadly, this is important because when farmers sell grain to an elevator, they often don't collect payment right away. In effect, they are extending credit to their elevator. What happened now 7 times since 2015 is that elevators go under and aren't able to pay farmers what they're owed. In any business, that's devastating. But in farming, you work all year to market your crop, and once you do, you have to pay your inputs and invest in the upcoming year. Not getting paid for delivered grain is a significant and potentially devastating blow. And with that, I will be remiss not to mention broadband. I'm proud that the Agriculture Committee is home for broadband, where we can continue to make meaningful investments for communities struggling to get access to and get quality connection. We've seen from the pandemic and now post-pandemic, broadband needs are essential. And I'm proud to support $100 million that will go towards building broadband infrastructure for unserved and underserved communities. And with that, Mr. Chair, I am looking forward to the discussion.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Harder moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Sibley, Representative Harder, to explain the A11 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A11 amendment clarifies that the new grain indemnity premium will not be collected before July 1st, 2024. Although unlikely, it's not clear if this bill will be signed into law before May 1st, which is when the new fee will begin. The amendment ensures that the Minnesota Department of Agriculture, grain buyers, and farmers will have the plan in place when this new fee is imposed because of this bill. So please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Harder, for the A11 amendment. I think it's a reasonable amendment, so I'll ask members to support. Thank you.
Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Vang. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A11 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A11 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson, P.H., moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment, as amended. The amendment is coded A8.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to explain the A8 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, one of the provisions in the bill that has really taken off and has been doing well is the down payment assistance program, which was carried by Chair Vang last year. It provides assistance up to $15,000 for somebody getting into the business of farming and helps with their down payments. Well, although it's all appreciated when you get out into the southern part of the state, the west central areas of Minnesota and up in northwest Minnesota, the price of land has really increased. And a $15,000 stipend from the state in some areas might buy you an acre or 2 acres or possibly 3 acres if you find a good deal. But when you get into a larger acreage situation, $15,000 isn't really quite enough to bump the needle and really provide that incentive. So what the amendment does, Mr. Speaker, is that when a farmer would purchase a tract of land that's a little bit larger, more on the size that would be out in greater Minnesota, using a figure of 80 acres, if the purchase of land is that size or larger, the down payment assistance grant would be increased up to $30,000. That's what the amendment does, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage a green vote, and I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson, thank you for the amendment. Fortunately, I don't want to limit the assistance based on acreage. Basically, what this amendment does is it favors bigger farmers. If a farmer can afford more than 80 acres, they get the maximum grant, and that's not the goal of this program, and so I will ask members to vote no.
Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Well, I wouldn't call a young farmer buying an 80-acre piece of land a big farmer by any stretch of the imagination. Again, 80 acres is a very nominal size piece of ground. You know, you start in land measurements, you got a section which is a square mile, 640 acres. You go down to a half section, then a quarter section is 160 acres. So 80 acres is really on the smaller side when you're looking at purchasing a piece of agricultural land. So again, I would encourage a green vote on the amendment, the A8, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the time.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A8 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy moves to amend Senate File Number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Otter Tail, Representative Murphy, to explain the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an amendment that deals with a legislative report, and the subject is mRNA vaccines in livestock. This would be looking to try to find some fact-based information and an assessment using the Ag Commissioner and the University of Minnesota. Some recent information, and it just came out, it's pretty fresh, but there was a study done that showed that when you give an oral vaccine, in this case it was a COVID vaccine, to cows and then fed it to mice, the mice received a successful transfer of the immunity. And so, you know, there's a number of states that have already gotten involved in this to look at it from a labeling standpoint. I think just in general, consumers want to know what's in their food. Consumers want to know what's going into their bodies. And with that, this is just here to bring some awareness to it. It's brand new. This all really started in April in terms of the study that was released. And so just as a discussion and just to take a closer look, with that, I would like to withdraw my amendment.
Representative Murphy has withdrawn the A1 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Burkle moves to amend Senate File Number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A10.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Burkle, to explain the A10 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A10 amendment simply seeks to keep political science from affecting the duties of the Board of Animal Health and allowing animal science to guide the board's decisions. There are numerous proposed changes to the makeup of the Board of Animal Health in this bill, and none of them are necessary, but one of the most glaring examples of politicizing the board can be found on page 56 of the bill on lines 20 and 21. Under current statute, the 6 members of the Board of Animal Health are charged with selecting a veterinarian licensed in Minnesota to be its executive director. This bill instead would give that power to the governor and make that executive director position political. The A10 amendment is a small change to keep this position science-based, and I would ask for your support. And Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call.
Representative Burkle requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your support.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Burkle, this language regarding the Board of Animal Health, I know has been ongoing discussion during committee and continues to be. And as I said, I'm open to continuing the work on the language during conference. And so this can be part of the conversation. And as for now, I'll ask members to vote no on the amendment.
Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we witnessed last night during the State of the State address how things can get hyper-politicized. But the importance and missions of the Board of Animal Health as we face animal disease threats in this state, like CWD and high-path avian influenza, African swine fever, this needs to be a priority here. So let's not play political games with this position, and I'd encourage everyone to support this amendment.
The clerk will take the roll on the A10 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A10 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Jacob moved to amend Senate File Number 1955, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A7.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Winona, Representative Jacob, to explain the A7 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will move the A7 amendment, and I will call for a roll call vote.
Roll call vote having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Jacob.
So I don't know if anyone's heard about this, but apparently Minnesota has a $17.5 billion overcollection of taxes. So my amendment is really just a very straightforward amendment that simply deletes a fertilizer inspection fee and a licensing permit surcharge fee. One of the fees in this section actually raises the fee by more than 60% at a time when the state has overcollected taxes by more than $17 billion. During the last 2 years, farmers have suffered from enormous fertilizer cost increases, and this bill piles more fees to a business that already is struggling with out-of-control costs. This amendment will simply give modest relief to the people in our state who toil and sweat to feed our world. Again, I ask, why are we raising fees at a time when we already are overcollecting taxes at an alarming rate? We need to support our farming community, not drive them out of business. So I'm simply asking for a green vote on this modest and reasonable amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Jacob. Your amendment deletes two very important sections to the department. One section is essentially provides sustainable funding for IT. I'm sure farmers don't want to do paper applications, and this funding is used to maintain electronic services. And it will pay for the services that farmers value for convenience in terms of being able to apply for grants and resources at the state. The second part of this amendment that it deletes is the fertilizer fee. And the reason why this section is important for the department is to be able to continue services for farmers. Should this be taken away, the department will not be able to conduct any fertilizer samples for consumer protection. They will not have the funding to continue point source investigations with elevated nitrogen, which may put undue burdens on growers in those impacted areas. It will also mean that potentially laying off our staff in a time of surplus. And so with that, members, I will ask members to vote no on the A7. Thank you.
Further discussion, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, as was mentioned by my colleague here, my seatmate, we have a pretty substantial surplus. The Department of Ag is getting a fairly substantial increase in its operating budget. And here we are adding on to a fee that farmers pay, as Representative Jacob mentioned, a 60% increase. And, you know, it's going from 39 cents a ton to 64 cents. And yeah, we're talking pennies. And it may sound almost trivial, to some of you, but it adds up. Over the course of the biennium, it amounts to $750,000 of a fee increase. And really, the question becomes, in the era of the huge government surplus, do we need to be raising fees on farmers? I'm sure you've all heard that in the last year or so, after the Ukraine invasion, things like that, the price of fertilizer in some cases has gone up by up to 1,000%. It has tracked back down some now, but again, just a tremendous increase in price for farmers as they face a squeeze of input costs with the projections they can have to make an income. So again, this is almost more of a principle that do we need to raise the fees on farmers now when we have this 17 or $19 billion surplus? I say we don't. I strongly support the Jacobs Amendment and would encourage a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A7 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Burko moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Burkle, to explain the A2 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to move the A2 amendment. On Monday this past week, we passed out of this chamber the Environment Bill. And I'm sure you all remember the robust discussion revolving around Representative Fisher's wolf hunt ban amended to that bill that evening. Pair that provision along with the extremely troubling language that struck out necessary transparency regarding elk management up in my district in northwest Minnesota. And it's a recipe for disaster for my farmers, especially constituents in Kitson and Marshall County. It creates a problem for folks in Lancaster and Grigla. I know my fellow members across the aisle might have been inspired or might be inspired at the thought of seeing elk and wolves roam about freely, and fair enough. Your inspiration is the inspiration for the A2 amendment, which will take the money dedicated to the creation of a new Department of Ag climate coordinator, new bureaucracy at $150,000 each year, and redirect it towards wolf and elk depredation funding where it will inevitably be needed for folks back home in my district, and I ask for your support. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Roll call vote having been requested, seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask for your green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang. I recognize the member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Burkle, for this amendment. Funding the climate coordinator position will mean that we will be able to bring more dollars into our state than it will cost us to implement. Right now, there's an influx of federal dollars coming down for conservation and to support climate action thanks to the IRA and other federal measures. Existing positions within MDA focus on bioeconomy, ag land preservation, international trade, but we currently lack dedicated capacity to coordinate on climate-smart agriculture. Without funding this position, Minnesota could miss out on the opportunity to literally support our farmers with funding ready to be sent to our state. Last year, the state passed a climate action framework, and the climate-smart natural and working lands are key for meeting the state's climate goals. This position will help to ensure Minnesota is making progress on that plan, ensuring that farmers are at the table when new policy proposals are being developed. We cannot deny that our farmers are on the front lines of increasingly extreme weather and a changing climate. The past 2 summers, we experienced intense drought, and we had to pass emergency drought relief. The damages were so great. The season before that, our farmers had too much water and there was widespread flooding. Having a dedicated position to support with programming and resources means that farmers and landowners will have the tools and support they need to be more resilient is crucial. This position can work across agencies with the U of M's extension educators, the federal government. We will be creating an ecosystem of support so that our farmers can stay on the land and stay farming. I hear from farmers all the time about the challenges of farming, tight margins, lack of markets, finding labor, et cetera, et cetera. Some of these challenges are similar to a lot of other industries, but farmers then have to deal with the changing climate on top of that. Farming is one of the hardest but most important jobs that exist, and this position is looking to work with farmers to make sure they have the resources they need to continue stewarding the land and make a strategy to support the next generation of farmers. Wolf and elk predation is something that we dedicate funds to in this bill, but in order to keep the climate coordinator position, I will advise a no vote on A2.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author, Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, my farmers are on the front lines, and the unfortunate thing is the bill we passed on Monday night is going to make things harder for them. So let's put our money where our mouth is. Expanding the elk herd in Northwest Minnesota without transparency and local input is a mistake. We made the mistake Monday night. Not managing the wolf population properly is a mistake. We made that mistake Monday night. That is what this body chose to do that evening. Let's redirect these dollars to the farmers and livestock owners who will be directly impacted due to increased predation issues based on the feel-good policies of Monday night. Vote green on this A2 amendment.
The clerk will take the roll. Representative Cagle, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A2 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson PH moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to explain the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have an amendment to the amendment that we'd like to get in order first, and Representative Youakim is going to introduce that amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Who? There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Who's authoring this? He said Jacob was going to do that?
I was told it was Anderson is that the A13? I was told that Anderson is authoring the A13 amendment.
Why is Jacob saying
I don't know.
Anderson PH moves to amend his amendment to Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to explain the A13 amendment to the A5 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment just changes where we take some of the funding to more fully fund the underlying amendment of the bill. We realize that the MDA Department's Technology Fund, the upgrades are critical. So we're going to this amendment would take the funding from the deep winter greenhouses that we heard in a bill earlier this session. So that's what the A13 amendment to the amendment does. And I would ask for a roll call vote on the amendment to the amendment.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call vote. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the A13 amendment to the A5 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Anderson. Members, please vote yes for the A13 to put in the shape that the authors want. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting, any further discussion? Representative Anderson.
With that, I would withdraw my request for the roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Anderson requests his roll call on the A13 amendment. All those in favor of adopting the A13 amendment to the A5 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A13 amendment to the amendment is adopted. Members, we are on discussion of the A5 amendment as amended by the A13 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. And members, this deals with the program called Dairy, where the legislature and the state have seen fit to assist dairy farmers in Minnesota with the cost of the premiums of what's called it's a federal program called the Dairy Margin Protection Program. And we last did this 5 years ago, back in 2017, I believe. And at that time, we helped the dairy farmers to the tune of $8 million. 5 of those millions came out of the ag budget and another $3 million with Representative Mahoney in the Jobs and Commerce. So this time around, 2023, with the $17 billion surplus, we are cutting the ask that the dairymen asked for and the requests that we are giving them in this bill. The original amount was $3 million. What this does is get it up to the matching amount that the Senate has in their bill, $5.5 million. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage a green vote on the A5 amendment, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion, I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Tapke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. So this, I appreciate the dairy program. It's a really great program and continues to need more funding as we go through this system. But as this amendment takes money out of what is the farm scale winter greenhouse program. So this is something I've been working with the U of M Extension for sustainability on. And what this program does in the state of Minnesota, especially during the winter, a lot of our produce and food comes from other areas of the country and of the world. And what this will do is it starts us down the path of being able to grow throughout the winter months, grow in farm scale winter greenhouses our food locally. So we won't have supply chain issues with shortages of lettuce and things like that can be grown successfully throughout the state of Minnesota in all regions of Minnesota. So eventually what I would love for this is to have thousands of these across to support our local food systems throughout the state of Minnesota. So I ask everyone to oppose this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, thank you. We heard the winter greenhouse bill in committee, and they're already doing this. It's a fairly successful program, so it begs the question, why do they need continual state funding to make this program work? I asked in committee who was going to own these greenhouses and didn't really get an answer. Is it the university or is it somebody who is going to be given these things, these winter greenhouses? So I think there's some questions with that program. I'm not arguing that they're useful, but it's already being employed. It does a good job in providing year-round vegetables and such. So again, I think a better use of that money would be in the dairy program to assist our state's dairy farmers who do a wonderful job providing nutritious milk, butter, ice cream for us every day of the year. So please support this with a green vote on the A5 amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the A5 amendment as amended. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A5 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson PH moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A6.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to explain the A6 amendment.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Members, thank you for your indulgence. This A6 amendment is a topic that's kind of near and dear to me. A number of years ago, we carried legislation. You may recall this if you were here back then on the rollover protection plan for older tractors that did not have protection in case a farmer, for example, mowing a road ditch and he'd get on a pretty steep slope and tip over. And a very successful program to help some of these old tractors be retrofitted with a rollover bar to keep them safe in the event of a rollover. It was a very successful program. A lot of FFA chapters picked up on it. And then that funding ran out. And then I think the DFL the next time around carried the funding to enlarge that program in an area of grain bin safety. We had a number of accidents where farmers would go up into a grain bin and to become entrapped in the grain that was being augured out of the bin, and it could result in some very serious consequences, even death in a few cases. So we feel that the farm safety program is very important. It did not have any funding in this bill, and we're taking the money from the Emerging Farmers Office and not taking actual money away. Would be keeping it at their current funding for this biennium, and it's just using the increase in funding for that office to fund what I think is a very worthwhile program of farm safety in the department's budget. And again, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Representative Anderson has requested a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote on the A6 amendment. Is there any discussion to the A6 amendment? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Anderson. I agree that farmer mental health is real, and however, there is great need to support Emerging Farmers Office. Not only do I represent a generation of emerging farmers, but emerging farmers have some of the greatest barriers towards sustaining their farms. Not only do they have lack of access to land, they have lack of access to financing and lack of access to markets, and there's a lot more work to be done for emerging farmers. We pride ourselves in supporting farmers when they are in need, and farmer mental health is definitely a concern, and we still have continued funding for farmer mental health. There's a farm rural helpline, the hotline that farmers can call into 24/7. There's mental health counseling that's available to farmers. And so there has not been any divestment from it. And this amendment will pick winners and losers. So I ask members to vote no on the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It doesn't take the entire funding amount away from that office. It keeps it at its current safety level. And I think I heard Chair Vang say that there is a farmer's helpline phone number to call. And it would be a little bit difficult if somebody is entrapped in a grain bin to fish his cell phone out of his pocket and make a quick call. So in some of these cases, I'm not so sure that's a valid point. But anyway, again, we want to stress the importance of farm safety, and this very modest amount. We've had funding in the Ag Bill for a number of years, and again, there's got to be a way that we can find some money in the pincushion someplace to support farm safety. And again, I would ask for a green vote on the amendment. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll on the A6 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 68 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A6 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson, PH, moves to amend Senate File Number 1955, the unofficial engrossment. The amendment is coded A3.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pope, Representative Anderson, to explain the A3 amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, thank you again. This amendment deals with really a brand new program that's going to be instituted, we think, when this bill is signed into law. The Grain Fund Indemnity Program, as Chair Vang mentioned, it's been worked on for a couple of years, and it's going to provide some surety to farmers when they sell grain. And the unfortunate thing may happen that the elevator would become insolvent before they get paid, and this would certainly help them farmer recover from a situation such as that. The issues, I think, with the bill as it stands right now, again, it's funding. The idea is to get the funding up to a total of $15 million. The current House version has a $5 million contribution by the state. I believe the Senate is up at $14 million, so these numbers will be worked on in a conference committee. And what the amendment does is bring the House up more in line with the Senate number. And I feel it's important to get it up to about that $10 million figure, which would not trigger the automatic check-off from farmers as we work through this first year of when the payments would begin. There is a deadline of May 1st when the commissioner would have to announce that the collections would begin on July 1st. And the amendment that was accepted, I thank you for that, would put that off for at least a year. But there would be a lot more support for this program if there was a bigger state contribution. The Minnesota soybean growers came out in favor of this months ago, kind of the first group to come out in favor of this program. But they were envisioning full funding by the state. That has not happened so far, and we're trying to get the numbers up there to make it a more significant contribution by the state of Minnesota. What this amendment does gets it up to, I think, $9.988 million. And again, it takes some increased funding from other programs and gets this funding up to where we feel would be a more appropriate number. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would ask for a roll call vote on the A3 amendment.
Representative Anderson requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the A3 amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Anderson, for the amendment. Your amendment will take away from a lot of these programs. These are the farm to school programs, the urban ag, the good food access programs, and for many years they've been put on the back burner and have been underfunded. And so with the surplus, we were able to make the needed investments to make up the needs and meet the needs and demands of this program. Grain indemnity, we both agree that is a very important issue, and I know that Representative Chas worked hard to get your support on his bill for the $5 million, and I know that the Senate version has a different number, and I'm open to working that out during conference. And so with that, members, I will ask members to vote no on the A3.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, I would be remiss not to thank Representative Cha, who carried this bill and worked very hard on it. He was a pleasure to work with. And as I recall, we didn't have a lot of our amendments accepted this year in committee, but he did accept, I think, three of them on the day that we worked on it. And we thank him for that. It was like a breath of fresh air that day that we had some bipartisan work, so thank you for that. But again, I would encourage members to vote in favor of the amendment. We need to increase the funding, and this account is going to be a very important account as farmers would have some protection, and they would also pay into it. It's going to be a blink off, blink on type of a fund. So I would encourage a green vote on the A3 amendment.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 69 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the eighth amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson N. moves to amend Senate File number 1955, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Pine, Representative Nelson, to explain the A4 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the A4 amendment is it would adjust or take out the partner organizations of the meat cutting and training grants. One of the things that's been near and dear to my heart is expanding meat cutting and meat processing. Last year in the Ag Bill, we were able to get some meat funding for even in high schools. Kids could be able to take a class in school and learn how to process an animal. And, you know, expanding this has been something that's been near and dear to me. There's an amendment I've worked on that it's in the Ag Bill. Be creating a liaison between the processors and the Department of Agriculture, making sure the safety plans and everything is followed and really worked on together, because there's steps that have to fall in line and work together on. And one of the other crucial parts of meat cutting and processing is having workers that can do this, whether they have the training or the expertise in doing this. And you know, it used to be that in every small town there was a locker plant, and quite oftentimes a child or maybe somebody in the high school would go and get a job there, and they would just learn on the job. They would learn from training, and you know, that has disappeared. That isn't really happening anymore. And so there's definite need for training. There's Central Lakes College and then Ridgewater and Wilmer. They've got some training that's going on, and that isn't the only place to be able to do training. But you know, there's about $1 million for training in this, and you know, that's great. The Department of Agriculture can administer out a grant, and they can take about 6% of it, and then we can have a partner organization that would also can be in partnership with this. And this is where probably my biggest problem is they can retain 20% of these grants for their operation or their whatever they're doing in this. And so when, you know, we have, you know, over the next biennium, we have nearly $1 million in funding, we're only going to have it'll be less than $750,000 that's really available to actually do the training. And you know, I think that's, while I appreciate the partner organizations, I think that we end up losing a bunch of the good things that we're doing through these grants. And I would ask you to support this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Nelson, for your work on meat processing. I think you and I both share that that's an important issue. You know, the intention of what you're trying to do in this amendment is already done in another bill in the budget already, and that's Representative Chas, which provides direct grants to processors. And so right now, the purpose of this funding and what you're referring to will go towards organizations that can provide the direct service and the cultural competency and training to service folks who wants to get into the industry. And so that will be the proper best use of the money. And so I will ask members to vote no on the A4 amendment.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you for that, Chair Vang and Mr. Speaker. And you know, it's a kind of unfortunate that you know, I understand the need for the partner organizations, but I think unfortunately, you know, what we run into is we have a toolbox that is full of tools and nobody's there to be able to know how to use them. And, when we have these partner organizations taking 20% of that, that's just less people that can get trained in. So I would urge a yes vote. Thank you.
All those in favor of adopting the A4 amendment, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail and the A4 amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended.
Third reading, Senate File number 1955, as amended.
Third reading as amended. Members, we are on discussion of Senate File 1955 as amended. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will just speak briefly to the bill today because there's something in there. It ends a saga of something that once was very exciting for northern Minnesota and that was very exciting for this vision of one Minnesota. It was less than 2 years ago that the governor of the state of Minnesota was talking about his excitement for a project titled the Huber Woods Project in Cohasset, Minnesota, that was going to bring almost $500 million worth of investment to our state. Most of that being private investment coming to our state. One of the largest private companies in our nation was going to come to the community of Cohasset in Itasca County and build out a facility that was going to provide over 150 family-sustaining jobs that were all going to be union jobs. And they had to make the decision to leave a few months back due to political headwinds and no changes in our permitting and regulating systems in the state. We became such a state of so many roadblocks that they had to leave. And I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Davis will yield to a question.
Representative Davis will yield to a question. He will yield to a question, Representative Igo. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Davis, I was just wondering, now that you represent the Cohasset communities, I was wondering if you would just speak to kind of how that community reacted when Huber Wood Products decided to leave the state of Minnesota and leave their community.
Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Igo, for the question. That had a huge impact on the area of Cohasset, the area I now represent, the area that you formerly represented. Before I answer your question totally, I want to say thank you for the hard work that you, Representative Igo, and Senator Eichhorn did to secure a future for the Huber plant, the Huber mill in that area. It's greatly appreciated. Unfortunately, something else happened. Huber decided to not put their mill in Cohasset. And what that means for the community that I represent, Representative Igo, it means a $450 million plant lost to a community that was depending upon that work and that prosperity. It means losing out on 150 solid jobs based in the Cohasset area, and not to mention, Representative Igo, the boom it would have created in that area in the logging industry, which we know is good for our environment. And we keep doing these things, and so altogether it probably meant the loss of hundreds of jobs for the community that I represent, and it's left my community going, what do we do now? Well, I can tell you, Representative Igo, we're not going to give up, though, are we? But right now it means devastation because of bureaucratic red tape and politics. And it is too bad. And I don't blame Huber. With what I've seen, I probably would have made the same decision if I was their company. Go to a state where they don't have to worry about all the red tape and all the mandates. Go find another community to prosper, but no longer ours. Yeah, I am sorry that politics and regulatory red tape got in the way. That's what it's meant for my community. But we're not going to give up, Representative Igo. Thank you for the question.
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Davis. I really appreciate those comments and looking forward to working together with you for what we can do for Itasca County and the surrounding areas. Members, as we go through the rest of these budget bills in the days ahead, we need to make this not occur ever again. What happened to the communities in Itasca, in the surrounding area, the loggers, because of a proposal that we worked together and bipartisanly with our governor under the vision of one Minnesota, left because we have done nothing in this chamber to help business, to support communities. And this community of Cohasset is also a transition community home to the Boswell Energy Center, a coal-fired power plant that this chamber has made motion to shut down. So we work together with everyone in that community, the leaders, the economic development, the county, to bring them a project to help sustain their tax base, and they have now disappeared and left because we could not follow through on our promise to support them in a fair process. So this ag bill today marks a very, very sad and tragic end to a saga that was supposed to bring prosperity to our whole state, especially to our communities in northeastern Minnesota. And I had to bring mention to that and recognize that today, because the pain that it has caused is still very relevant in our communities. But we're not done, and we're going to keep advocating to bring good things here. And I hope that bringing this to everyone's attention again can bring the issue to the front that we need to do more to make this state open for business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Burkle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I tear into my Board of Animal Health speech, I want to thank Chair Vang for all her work on the committee. Really appreciate working with you. There's some good provisions in this bill. I don't want to tear everything apart. I think the grain indemnity provisions, we haven't talked about broadband at all, but there's good money in this bill for broadband, soil health. Really appreciated working with Representative Purcell. Representative Cha, as Representative Anderson mentioned, your work on the indemnity, grain indemnity was great. Great to work with you. Thank you for taking amendments on your bill. But it's unfortunate that the bill we have in front of us really does more to farmers than it does for farmers. And what it does for farmers, it includes so many additional fees and regulations and provisions that inevitably will make our Minnesota farmers less competitive. Paired with the damaging environment bill we passed on Monday night, these effects compounding will be devastating for farmers in Minnesota. I want you to remember those bills. The uncertainty it created in air permitting, the drainage registry portal in that bill, which will affect farmers and their drainage issues, and particularly in my district, the A2 amendment address that we failed to put on as far as wolf depredation and elk management. But the most troubling provision, as I mentioned to me, is the unnecessary politicization of the Board of Animal Health. We should not be messing around with the current makeup of the board, and there is no need to have the executive director appointed by the governor. I'll specifically direct your attention in Minnesota Statute 35.02. Right now, the board, is 6 members appointed by the governor. Right now, we have a Board of Animal Health appointed by the governor. And those members appointed by the governor select their executive director. There's no need for the governor to be appointing the executive director position. The move to 11 members is currently in the bill, including a member from each congressional district, is unnecessary. And the fact that all those members need is to be knowledgeable in animal agriculture versus a veterinarian or a livestock producer is just too subjective. And frankly, it's irresponsible given the challenges that the livestock industry and poultry industry face with CWD, high-path AI, and African swine fever. Today is April 20th, correct? 8 years ago today, I was depopulating my own farm due to high-path avian influenza. I've got a personal experience of what that looks like. I've got a personal experience of working with the Board of Animal Health to ensure that it's done properly. The current authority right now under the Board of Animal Health includes quarantine procedures, depopulation procedures in the face of serious disease threats. I could read that statute as well, but the state board may quarantine or kill any domestic animal infected with or that has been exposed to a contagious, infectious, dangerous disease if it is necessary to protect the health of animals in the state. Why would we want to give this authority to amateurs knowledgeable of animal agriculture versus veterinarians and livestock producers, the industry participants who have the most at stake? This has been the history of the Board of Animal Health, working with the industry stakeholders. So folks, the bill's got some good points. The Board of Animal Health stuff really gives me heartburn. And I just want to remind everybody that ag is a solution, it's not the problem. The problem today is we have a lot of people here in Minnesota and elsewhere who have strong opinions about agriculture, but very limited knowledge of what agriculture really is. The problem here is that we have a lot of people in the state making important decisions that affect agriculture, but really don't understand what it takes to truly operate within it. And the problem is that there are a lot of people in Minnesota and in this country who depend on agriculture to feed, clothe, and fuel them, but they don't want to support or understand it. Members, we need to vote no on this bill, and I hope to see a better product coming out of conference committee. Please vote red.
Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chair Vang, I want to say thank you for a well-run committee. You did a great job. You heard a variety of our bills. To the nonpartisan research, thank you to them. They did a great job of drafting amendments and keeping up with things. Thank you to them for that. To Mark and to, I'm sorry, my mind just went blank on your name. The CA. I'm sorry. I see it standing right there. And what's that? Thank you, staff. So, oh, I hate that when my mind goes blank on that. But anyway, it was a great run committee. Mark, wherever you're at, thank you for your work as well. And, as I said earlier, meat processing is something that's been near and dear to me. I think it's a great opportunity for local processing, for getting to know your farmer, being able to know where your food supply comes from and being part of that. There's a lot of stuff in this bill about probably not CSAs necessarily, but it'd be things that can help them and really helping and assisting small farmers. I think one of the areas that I struggle with and I'm challenged with most on this bill is, there's some unknowns, some tools that can probably be taken out of our toolbox when it comes to, plant protection products. And there's uncertainty there because we don't know what the formulation is in all of these. And there's some language that's going to remove certain ingredients on this. And, when we look at a product to be able to plant protection product, and we're looking at the USDA, they've got a regulatory review on that, and then it gets licensed or registered with the state following the USDA. And when there's changes to this, it takes several years to go through this process, and the challenges of taking some tools out, and then we're left with an empty toolbox. Ends up being a challenge, and it's not that we're afraid of change. That's not something that I embrace change. I enjoy it. I've got a story from my grandpa when he was. I farmed the same farm he did, and one spring they had plowed down a hay field and planted corn out there. Well, the cutworms ate off all the corn, so they had to replant the entire field again. And so the second time, the corn was just sprouting. The crows came in, ate off all the corn. And so the third time, they planted a third time. And, it's where I am east of Hinckley. At that time, that was the northern corn belt. Our genetics have changed drastically since then. And so it's, we can grow corn there today, mostly because of genetics. But it's, the three different times they had to replant. And, if maybe the first time, if they'd have been able to have some, treated seeds, maybe the cutworms wouldn't have eaten the corn off and had to replant. And then maybe the crows wouldn't have had to bother the field. And fortunately, the era that my grandfather farmed in, the margins were much better than they are today. And I look back and see the changes that he made on his farm, the advancements, building a shed, buying land. I think of today, I I can't do it. There's no way that I could start. He and his brother started with 120 acres. The fourth year, they built a little shack on it, tar paper shack. The second year in, they ended up building a house. Third year in, they built a big barn. My grandpa didn't believe in loans. He did this off of working and saving, and he was able to do that in just a couple of years. And that's something that's absolutely foreign to our world today. And when we look at these things, I'm afraid that we're putting much of agriculture in a position that we're going to be relying more and more on loans, more and more on smaller and smaller margins, less tools in our toolbox, and not being there to have the support that we need. And while there are a few great things in this bill, I thank you for that. Chair Vang, today I would urge a no vote on this, and let's work on this some more and work on some improvements on it. So thank you.
Representative Jacob.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you so much to the committee, Chair Vang, staff. Mark, you've done a great job in making us first-year freshmen here have the tools we need to succeed. So, first of all, as a fourth-generation family farmer myself, I truly love to tell the story about my great-grandfather and great-grandmother. They came from Germany back in 1878. They came in the fall. My great-grandmother was pregnant. They had to build a log cabin to live in before winter set in. They tipped that covered wagon over. They lived under that covered wagon, built that house. That house is still standing there today. We've raised 4 generations of Jacobs in that house, including my family, and quite recently, my son and daughter, 5th generation, purchased that farm. And we dream that maybe someday their son, Rome, or their daughter, Eden, could be the 6th generation. Keeping a farm in the family for 145 years isn't easy. Our family's done farming from chickens to sheep to pigs to dairy to crops. My uncle tells me the story about the great Armistice Day storm. At that time, we were farming sheep. It was a beautiful morning. The storm rolled in. More than 100 sheep in the flock at that time. All perished in the storm. And that's how the Jacob family got out of sheep farming. Farming is hard work, but we're so proud to be the stewards of Jacob Hill and do our part in feeding the world. But you know what the hardest part is today? The hardest part of farming today is dealing with government regulations and overbearing taxes and fees. The bloat and bureaucracy before us in this bill today will likely be the straw that breaks the camel's back for many farmers who are struggling to hang on. This bill assures the government of millions of dollars each year for technology upgrades, paid in part by license and permit surcharges from already struggling farmers. The 64% increase in fertilizer inspection fees puts the government first at the expense of farmers. The bill includes nearly $1 million per year for the next 2 years to fund a Forever Green program. This bill gives a 167% funding increase to the Emerging Farmers Office while ignoring the needs of existing farmers by failing to fund farm safety grants. Members, on behalf of our farming community, who work hard day in and day out to protect our environment and feed the world, I ask that you not add to the hardships they already face. I beg you to vote no today. Thank you.
Representative Harder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to send a thank you to all of my ag partners, people in my district, friends who reached out, concerns about this bill. Did you eat today? Did you enjoy steak on a stick? Did you enjoy that? Did you thank a farmer for that? That came from the Cattlemen's Club. They're important to our state. You have to ask yourself that at a time, you're going to hear this over and over and over, we have an $18 billion surplus. That is taxes. Taxes, wherever that it came from taxpayers. So you have to ask the question, why? Why are we imposing millions of dollars in new fees? And if I have my math correct, the increase in the fees are approximately, $16 million. This is not for the general fund that farmers and ag will have to pay for. In committee, if you remember, I brought up the issue about that 25-cent increase. Do you remember that? It may not seem like a lot to people. Oh, it's just a cup of coffee. I hear this a lot. It's just a cup of coffee. Okay, now it's a coffee and a donut. But when you add all these fees, also known as taxes, there comes to a point that breaks the back of agriculture. How much can we sustain? Even in my own family, we're a small family farm. It's just my husband and I. With this bill and what's in it, even we have asked, how long are we going to be in agriculture? Which I have to tell you, I just can't believe I have to come to that point. My mother and father, they were second-generation farmers on their land. When I was a young girl, tragedy hit. They nearly lost it all. Thank you, Jesus. My mother was a teacher. She found a job. Very important when you're losing it all. But the interesting thing is that I lived in a school district. We didn't have a meal program. We didn't even have busing. And so we were allowed to go home for an hour for lunch. Oftentimes, my dad was there making us lunch, generally some form of macaroni and cheese, because that's basically all we could afford. And you walk in the door, and here's blaring on the radio, the market report. And the market report tells you everything about what's going on in ag. I mean, who knew that there's so many different types of cattle? Pigs. Talks about the market of winter wheat, summer wheat, corn, soybeans. And as a young child, I would ask my father, why do we always listen to this? And my father would remind me, it's important. It's important what people in agriculture get for the things that they produce. It stirs the economy. And he would say, you need to remember that. You need to remember what we went through when I was young, because it has an impact. And so here we are. I'm now a third-generation owner, and I'm wondering how long can the Harders hang on to this farm? The fees and regulations contained in this bill will make Minnesota farmers less competitive, less profitable, at a time when so many farmers are struggling. We have no control over input costs. That's handled by somebody else. We do the best that we can. And we should support all of agriculture. When everybody pays taxes, it should benefit the majority of the people of this state. However, this bill seems to ignore the needs of conventional farmers that are responsible for nearly 90% of the overall ag economy. It makes a difference. Farmers make a difference. Generations of farmers. We make a difference, big, small, doesn't matter. We all have the same struggles. And we should all be working together to help each other. So as you know, I was a county commissioner. One of the things that I used to do was during harvest time, I would go to spend time at the local elevator, listening to all the concerns that farmers had to say. And of course, they had to get it in a short amount of time, the amount of time to empty their grain. And the theme seemed to run through year after year. I mean, as a commissioner for 8 years, it's same thing. The cost of everything, the cost of fertilizer, the cost to maintain ditches, the cost to maintain our equipment. We have no control over that. And of course, they always talk about the state of Minnesota. Fees, regulations. It's just the cost of doing business. And that could probably go way beyond agriculture. Think of all your small businesses that also are struggling too. So while I appreciate the time for this bill, I think that there could have been more done for all of Minnesota. And so hopefully there can be, if there is more time to change things, please vote no. Thank you.
The member from Rock, Representative Schumacher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just wanted to make a point today on the lack of funding in the base budget for the Center for Rural Policy and Development. That was a board that I had the pleasure of serving on for 4 years earlier in my time in the legislature, and it is an organization that brings a lot of value to our state as a whole and would encourage that we keep that in the base. They provide an annual report each year on the state of rural Minnesota. Their recent reports that they've had for the last year include topics about mental health, K-12 education formulas, the child care shortage, housing, all issues that are vitally important to the state and the things that we deal with. They try to consider the unintended consequences for those making policy in greater Minnesota and what we have to deal with there. And they can dive into issues and questions that otherwise get tricky, like questions of, is there a war on ag? They have the ability to deal with some of that. They also host meetings throughout the state, and most recently last fall they had one talking about the EMS system and our emergency medical folks throughout the state and the shortages that we have there. They host regular podcasts, and they just work to give us facts so that we don't need to be afraid of the changes that are coming to greater Minnesota. But they recognize the changes that are coming sooner than anyone else. They provide relevant, valuable, and actionable information, and they stay far away from the political fray. And I think that's where their real value, on top of the content they have, comes in this. But part of the reason why they're able to stay out of the politics that happens at the state capitol and just focus on the policy and the research and what the facts tell them is because they have that base funding. They don't need to come to the legislature every year and try to persuade whichever party is in power at the time in order to do their work. So members, as this budget proposal moves along to conference committee, I'm going to be advocating for the Senate and the governor's position to keep the Center for Rural Policy and Development in the base funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Cha.
Thank you, members. I sit on the Ag Committee because I was a cattle rancher and a farmer. That too I was. I don't know what generation farmer or cattleman I am because my ancestors and my parents have always been farmers. For centuries we've been farmers in Asia. So I don't know what generation I am. But I am and I was a farmer. I want to thank Chair Vang for your leadership on this committee, along with my freshman colleague, Representative Purcell. I want to thank my colleagues on my side of the aisle and the colleagues on the other side. The Grain Indemnity Fund is the core of this year's bill. I want to thank the Department of Agriculture and the Farmers Union for their support and bringing this bill forward to my attention and allowing me to be the steward of this bill. I do really want to thank Lead Representative Anderson, Burkle, Nelson, Jacob, and Harder for working with me on the indemnity grain policy. Thank you for your collaboration and the conversation, and most importantly, the friendship that I look forward to having with all of you in this House. I want to thank the staff who's sitting right behind me for their hard work in allowing a freshman like me to be able to sit at the table. I worked many years in the agricultural field. I didn't know where it was going to take me, but it led me to the Minnesota House. It led me to sit on the Agriculture Committee. And all those lived experiences came together to make Minnesota better and to make this committee and this bill better. You know, in farming, in our seasons, we don't count just our livestock. We live by the seasons and how many seasons we farmed. You're not going to make it if you think you're going to be a farmer just for a couple years, because it takes generations to be a farmer and to learn from farming. There's no perfect farming season for any farmer in Minnesota. And this bill is neither perfect. But we must move forward. Together, we survive. And most of all, we build fences with our neighbors and make them stronger so that we can have a better season next session. Thank you. Vote green for greener pastures for Minnesota.
I recognize the member from Pope, Representative Anderson.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker and members. It's been a good debate today, and I hope we all understand and realize the importance of agriculture to our state, our nation, and really to the world. I just did some quick Googling, and Minnesota, proud to say, I've used this before, is a powerhouse in production agriculture. Over half the sugar produced in this country comes from, yeah, you guessed it, Minnesota. We're number one in turkeys. We are number two in the production of hogs, number three in soybean production, and fourth in the nation in the production of corn. And along with that corn, we're also number four in the production of ethanol in the United States. That's a record to be proud of, and we need to keep that going and realize the importance of agriculture in our state. And Representative Harder mentioned, wasn't that steak on a stick good today, given to us by the cattlemen here? And we say thank you, and they say no charge, just appreciate it, and the work that goes into producing those cattle, for example. I had some folks in the office today and like to ask people if they raise cattle, if they have beef cattle, and are you calving this time of the year? And the one lady said, yeah, we are. It's muddy, it's cold, it's raining, and I guess it's snowing back home too, as my wife mentioned. But farmers battle the elements 7 days a week, and they get the job done. Commenting on the bill today, I think there are some good things to it. And before I forget, I want to thank staff as well. Our researcher, Mark Nisley. Mark, I don't know how you keep it all straight, but thank you. We bother you weekends, nights, and you get the job done. You get the information to us, so thank you so very much. Chair Vang, it's been a pleasure to work with you as well. We have our phone numbers, and we have open doors, talk with each other, visit. I think we learn from each other, and I appreciate that very much. Colby Sullivan, a guy that is amazing. You can bombard him with amendments, and he somehow gets them all done on time. Just amazing. And also Ken Savory for the financial end of putting these bills together, has all of the numbers right and can answer the questions as well. So thank you, Ken, as well. And to Amanda Rudolph. And it took us a while to realize that big basket of candy on the other side of the table was for us as well. And they kept giving me salted nut rolls, which are kind of my favorite. So I really want to say thank you, Amanda, and a pleasure working with you as well. Just a couple of comments. I think there's been some misplaced priorities with the bill. We're missing the boat in some areas. And on the policy side, I guess those are my main concerns. We're talking about the treated seed. Representative Nelson mentioned that. And those dreaded words were taken out of the bill about the verification of need. but there is still language there that the commissioner must develop guidance on the appropriate use of treated seed, determine the applicability of Minnesota-specific conditions to use treated seed, determine when treated seeds would be effective, develop best management practices for situations where seed treatments are appropriate, and then the bottom line is determine situations when the use of treated seed is necessary. To me, that's kind of like telling which way this study is going to go, and they're going to be looking very closely and deeply at how we use treated seed. And again, we say we don't use it carelessly. It has a cost, and it has a return, and it helps us do things that if we couldn't use treated seed, we'd have to spray over the top, and some of those things could be worse for the environment. So again, very concerned about taking that tool out of the toolbox for Minnesota farmers. And my concern a lot this year has been, let's not make Minnesota an island in terms of handicapping farmers from the things that they need to get their jobs done. And I think in some ways we're kind of strolling down that lane. Board of Animal Health. When that bill was heard in the committee, as I recall, there were no testifiers in favor of changing the Board of Animal Health. There were a couple, three, I believe, testifying against it. Representative Burkle talked very well about why we should keep it the same. It's a very important committee. And to me, it's a prime example of a solution looking for a problem. Let's keep it the way it is. They do a great job, and keep our state's livestock and animals safe. You know, we could go on and on talking about things. There's going to be a conference committee, and we hope some of these differences are worked out and comes back to the House floor in a better position where we can give it a red vote, or I should say a green vote. But as of now, I would have to tell members to think carefully, and despite the fact there are some good things in this bill, I would recommend a red vote on the Ag Finance Bill.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the author of the bill, the chair of the committee, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank staff. Thank you to Amanda Rudolph, who's our committee aide, Molly Peterson, who is our researcher, nonpartisan staff Colby Sullivan, Ken Savory, and Matthew Saucer, who is our committee legislative aide, and our page, Zach Collins. Thank you so much for all the work that you've done. Without you, this budget bill will not be here today. I'm proud to present a good, comprehensive, balanced budget that represents both rural and urban farmers, big and small farmers, and for the environment and sustainability of agriculture. Whether it's protecting farmers, ensuring our soil remains healthy, or providing food for every Minnesotan, we are making sure Minnesota is a national leader. And with that, thank you so much, members, to the committee for all the work that you've done. I've enjoyed getting to know many of the new members on the committee and the work that you've all contributed to this bill. And with that, Mr. Chair, I ask members to vote green.
I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to everyone for a good debate over this ag finance bill. I have to thank my fellow farmers. I, too, am a farmer raising corn, soybeans, and hogs in southern Minnesota, and I always have called myself a fourth-generation farmer, but Representative Cha, you bring up an interesting perspective that I have not considered before, because my relatives before coming to this country were also farmers, and I have no idea how many generations they go back in history in other countries. That is something that I will keep in mind in the future as we talk about agriculture and how agriculture is actually an international business because everyone all around the world eats. And in fact, Minnesota farmers send many of their products around the world to feed people in other countries. I just have to talk about one important issue in this bill, and that is the Board of Animal Health. Prior to my coming to the Minnesota legislature, I was very active in the Minnesota Farm Bureau, and just before I came to the legislature, we had an outbreak of TB in northwestern Minnesota. And the Board of Animal Health played a very important, in fact, a critical role in controlling that disease at that time. It's not easy to do. There are other places in this country where they can't control TB because it's gotten so far out of hand. Tinkering with the Board of Animal Health based on what seems to be a whim of some sort, because there was no testimony in committee supporting these changes, is tinkering with a disaster, frankly. We've had, I mentioned TB, we've dealt with avian flu, we also have other diseases that exist around the world that could threaten our livestock industry should they get into this country. The Board of Animal Health is our most important state agency when it comes to maintaining the health of production animal agriculture here in Minnesota. We should not be messing with that. Members, please vote red on this bill.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We know that agriculture is a major economic driver in Minnesota, but agriculture is so much more. It's also a way of life for so many Minnesotans. Farmers are a backbone of rural communities, and they play an essential role in feeding our state and our nation. And we're also seeing more and more new and beginning farmers, including people of color. This budget celebrates our agricultural community and provides equitable opportunities for Minnesotans of all backgrounds to contribute. And I just want to share one quick story about some of the good this bill will do. Marty and Lisa Phillips from Good Thunder wrote to Chair Vang to share how they'd lost $112,000 in the Pipeline Foods bankruptcy in 2021. Then they lost another $80,000 in the Global Foods bankruptcy just a year later. They did nothing wrong. They did their work, marketed their grain, and then received a call that they wouldn't be receiving a check because the company was declaring bankruptcy. For a family farming 420 acres of mostly rented land, this was devastating. Now, we have a mandate that elevators purchase bonds, but unfortunately, these bonds pay an average of 11 cents on the dollar, and years later, once a bankruptcy is settled. And Marty and Lisa's case, they're still waiting for their bond payout from the pipeline bankruptcy years after their bills were due. Under the budget bill that we have before us today, farmers who are caught up in an elevator bankruptcy won't have to worry about losing their family farm. Farmers in our ag industries are facing a lot of challenges right now, including climate change, but I also know that farmers are resilient and resourceful. I want to thank Chair Vang for her excellent work on putting this bill together. Members, let's light up this board with green votes and stand in solidarity with Minnesota's agricultural communities.
The clerk will take the roll on Senate File 1955. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 58 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1587. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1587, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to agriculture, the first engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang, to explain House File 1587.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House File 1587 is the agriculture policy bill. There are about seven provisions to this bill. They are largely from the department's language and largely non-controversial, and I ask members for your support. Some of these provisions deals with, I want to highlight a couple of Vice Chair Purcell on soaring carbon contracts. That's an important provision to, as we look at climate initiatives moving forward. That is important to keep transparency on storing carbon on the ground. There's And on another provision on Vice Chair Purcell's is on the false labeling of pesticides. As we look into protecting pollinators, this is an area that we can look to make sure that pollinators are protected and that pesticides that contain neonics are not falsely labeled. And with that, members, I ask for your support.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Purcell moves to amend House Law number 1587, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Rice, Representative Purcell, to explain the A1 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Vang, I hope this will be a friendly amendment to add some clarification. The A1 amendment removes the term observable levels of neonicotinoids with the term reference value and clarifies this definition. Reference value will mean the concentration of a given pesticide that has a negative effect on pollinators that has been published somewhere. The first place the Department of Ag will look for this value would be the Environmental Protection Agency, but if not available from them, then we would look to studies published by others, such as university research. I hope this is a clarifying amendment, and my apologies, I missed the deadline when we were submitting these in committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the A1 amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the A1 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A1 amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
House File 1587, third reading as amended.
Third reading as amended. Members, we are on discussion of House File 1587. I recognize the member from Rice, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is so much to be excited about this bill and the previous agriculture finance bill as well. I will keep it brief, but I want to highlight many of my favorite provisions in order to support the innovative and important investment in Minnesotans who grow our food, fiber, fuel, and flowers in Minnesota. These bills to establish the Grain Indemnity Fund, carried by Representative Cha that you heard about earlier, will be a game changer for growers who've suffered mightily when elevators have gone under, leaving them both without their product and without pay for their product. These bills together will reestablish our state's dormant cooperative grants program to help offset some of the costs of starting an ag co-op and prevents our incredible Agri program from sunsetting. We'll soon be protecting the rights of farmers who have contracts to store carbon in the ground so that they will be able to discuss their compensation without fear of litigation. There will be additional support available for first-generation and emerging farmers, our Farm Business Management Program, adding funding for our vital Rural Finance Authority. We will know we're funding some of our hungriest neighbors when Minnesota-grown foods from food shelves, and it will be in our institutions with the expansion of our farm-to-school program to early care facilities as well. This bill will support funding pollinator and noxious weed research, as well as advanced biofuels and oil seed crops, and the University of Minnesota's one-of-a-kind Forever Green initiative, both on the research and the marketing side of the equation. We'll make sure there's accountability for labeling and sale of pollinator-friendly plants, thanks to the adoption of that amendment, and having deep winter greenhouses all across the state will extend the growing season for growers no matter which zone they live and raise their crops in. I'm excited to vote to approve increased support for our leading Dairy with an Eye program and the soil healthy practices we all benefit from that armors the soil and prevents it from wind and water erosion. Practices like cover crops, perennials, reduced tillage, manure management, precision application of fertilizers and pesticides, crop rotation, and changes in grain grazing management. And finally, this bill will make the largest ever state investment in broadband to connect our rural communities and difficult-to-reach Minnesotans. I am proud to vote in favor of this bill. I was proud to vote in favor of the previous bill. I thank you all for your good faith discussions, especially those on the Agriculture Committee and the staff especially. Thank you for helping this first-term member learn so much, get to practice with the gavel. I could not have done this with all of your knowledge and skill, and I am so grateful. And now I ask members, please vote in favor of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I had the privilege and honor of growing up on a farm. I have dozens of relatives that are farming. In fact, my dad's family were sharecroppers. Live on someone's farm, work it for a share of the crops. They were able to get a farm. They saved up, they worked hard. My dad and my mother, on their own, without any help, decided they were going to get a farm, and they bought one, worked hard, and I learned a lot about what it takes to get into farming and stay in farming. A little over a year ago, there were some small creameries that were having to close, as in they were actually closed, but they were still distributing, picking up the milk and taking it to a larger entity. And that was going to stop. So I called the ag commissioner. He hadn't heard about it, but he got involved, and we were able to keep it going for another year, a little over a year. But now most of those small dairy producers are out of business. I appreciate the effort that's gone into these two bills, but I notice there's a lack of understanding about the diversity in farming and farms. How well your land is depends on what crops you can plant, what animals you can have. And I've fought while I've been here that we allow options in our state groups that are involved with agriculture, work with them, and they assist and they team together to make everything better. I have a lot of farmers telling me we put down mandates and they're being told to do stuff that maybe work in one part of the state but don't work here. And I would just ask that especially the first-termers get to understand the regions of the state, the different types of farming and farms, and allow for that diversity in farming and ag to continue to thrive, grow, and exist. Because it's a huge part of the state. And when we pick winners and losers, we're going to lose some stuff that we might not be able to get back. So I wish we had better bills. A lot of good effort, some good content, but I think we need more.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't think I could have said any better than Vice Chair Purcell. Thank you so much for the work that you've done for this committee. I'll just keep this short. This is a good bill, and I ask for your green vote.
The clerk will take the roll on House File 1587 as amended. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 87 ayes and 39 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 2497. The clerk will report the bill.
House File 2497, number 5 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to education finance, the third engrossment.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim, to explain House File 2497.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, this is a really exciting day. We are going to spend a lot of money for our kids in our schools. Members, before you is a bill crafted by the members of the House Education Finance Committee, sitting right over here, and the House Education Policy Committee. With this proposal, we make historic investments in our schools. We ensure that the learning environments in our school communities work for all of our students, and that our teachers, principals, and administrators have the tools they need to meet students where they're at. We've had over 20 years of underinvestment in our schools, and while we can't change that overnight or in one biennium, this bill is a really good start. Our proposal stabilizes school funding, supports health and well-being of our students, works on equity and innovation in our schools, increases career pathways and connections with our local communities, as well as building up and diversifying our workforce. I would like to thank each and every one of the members of the House Education Finance Committee and the House Education Policy Committee. This is the product of the quality time, a lot of quality time that we spent together over the last few months. I would also like to thank Vice Chair Clardy, Chair Pryor, and Vice Chair Hill for being such great partners. And to our CA Polly Sirkvenik, our CLA Shemada Braha, our researcher Malsba Tremi Wenquist for your incredible work ethic. Much gratitude to our amazing nonpartisan staff. You really can't go wrong when you have Tim Strom, Christina Para, Solveig Beckel, and Annie Mock working with you on legislation. I also would like to thank Minority Lead Krisha for meeting with me almost every week to discuss our agenda, as well as researcher Jody Withers for working with our staff. A big thank you to our committee pages for their attention to detail, Stephen Walker and Tom Hanley. And finally, thank you to Barry LaGrave and Stephen Ambrams from House Public Information, who make sure that all of our committee work is available for the public. Members, in this bill, you will find a historic investment in our schools to stabilize their budgets so that they can plan for the future. A 10% increase. There are district runs on all of your desks and up on the website so that you can see what this will mean for your individual school. And I'm not going to go line for line through the bill, but I want to definitely hit some of the highlights. Using the base of Representative Norris's bill, we index the formula to inflation and increase that formula by 4% in the first year and 2% in the second. We index the formula. Indexing the formula is the cornerstone to stabilizing the funding for our schools moving forward. And while we scaled back Representative Wogelmott's bill, we still tackle 50% of the special education cross-subsidy, and by 2027, tackle 100% of the English learner cross-subsidy with Representative Herr's proposal. And with Representative Hill's bill, we increased the transportation sparsity aid from 18.2% to 40% to help those districts that are busing their students very long distances. And we even do something and invest in that opportunity gap in the early years where it's the best bang for your buck. And that was with Representative Perez-Vega's bill to not only hold the 4,000 pre-K spots, but to expand it to 5,200 more. So more of our youngest learners can be part of a wonderful education system. In this bill, there are a variety of ways that we invest in the health and well-being of our students. We put millions of dollars into the expansion of full-service community schools with provisions from Representative Vang. We include Representative Burke's bill to increase school support staff, social workers, counselors, psychologists, and school nurses. And we include an investment into a pipeline for that workforce from Governor Walz and Lieutenant Governor Flanagan's bill. We want to make sure we get people into the pipeline and then hire them for our schools. We use an entire article in this bill to focus on literacy, using Representative Edelson's READ Act as the base. And I would like to thank her for her countless hours she's put into constructing the READ Act and blending it with the governor's bold proposal so that the package works for our students and our schools. There is money included in the package for teacher training as well as curriculum grants. And in Article 4, we expand our investment and coordination with our tribal partners with American Indian in Education for All. I would like to thank Representative Keeler, Representative Kozlowski, and Representative Becker-Finn for their tireless work on this critical part of our bill. There are also a variety of innovative ways that we invest in our schools' academic climate with grants to groups like Bar Center, and Math Corps. We provide funding to help schools teach the upcoming social studies standards in the areas of Holocaust and genocide studies, ethnic studies, and as well as begin to work around financial literacy and computer science with Representative Lee's bill. And we build connections with community by investing in after-school programming, community education, adult basic education, in our regional counties and libraries with Representative Ream's bill. We make investments in career and technical education for a variety of careers, from EMS with Representative Hewitt's bill in STEM, with a bill from Representative Lee, with a bill from Representative Krisha. We expand pathways to careers in aviation and ground transportation. We also included Representative Purcell's bill to provide additional money to our consortiums across the state to coordinate those increased investments in CTE programs. And this is important, folks, because a lot of our smaller schools don't have the capacity to build those private-public partnerships that are needed to get these programs up and running. This bill provides money for our schools' infrastructure, both human and physical. There are dollars to increase teachers of color and Indigenous teachers in our classroom with Representative Hassan's bill, as well as increasing our workforce in special education, thanks to a bill brought to us by Representative Bennett. We provide money to professional educator licensings and standards boards to streamline the portfolio process and policy to make it easier for teachers to stay in the classroom in areas where there are shortages and create more pathways for those teachers. We also provide money to increase training for our paraprofessionals and ESPs, and provide added time for our special education teachers to complete IEP and the funding to do so. And finally, we provide funding to the Minnesota Department of Education to build up our MTSS and Compass program, and develop an Office of Inspector General to increase oversight of the state's dollars that go into our schools. Members, this bill is well-rounded and it's balanced. It reflects every corner of our state and is a product that we can all be proud of. Each of our districts are as individual as the students that they teach, and we made sure that they have the tools they need to get it done. Members, all of our Minnesotans students deserve a world-class education. So let's come together and deliver on this promise with this historic new investment in education, while also ensuring stable funding into the future. I would ask for your support.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Krisha moves to amend House File Number 2497, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded DE5.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Morrison, Representative Krisha, to explain the DE5 amendment.
Thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, today I'll be providing the voice of the loyal opposition today, and I have high hopes to do way better than the SpaceX launch today. And so with this, we have the DE amendment, and looking at the bill, we're offering our side versus what's out there. This is a contest of ideas. This amendment gives our schools what we've been talking about all the way up through the campaign and into this session, and that is that school boards, administrators, and teachers and parents are first and foremost with funding flexibility. This amendment honors our commitment that we've been saying all along, that it's fair and focused with the historic 5 and 5 increase in the formula, and reductions for the special ed cross-subsidy by 50% with an ongoing commitment to fully fund our state share of the cross-subsidy, and additional funding to cover a portion of the federal share. We know parents and teachers are concerned about the safety in schools. Our proposal would nearly triple the amount of safe school revenue, eliminate the school local levy eliminate this local levy to make this a state responsibility, and recognize that our charter schools, which are public schools, deserve the same level of support and safety. Most importantly, our amendment makes clear our commitment to the science of reading, with a clear definition and a clear direction on using proven solutions and not allowing for any interpretation, we make way for the science of reading and a real $250 million financial commitment in replacing the failed whole language and 3Qing reading materials sold to our schools through years of misinformation and outright profiteering and fraud. This amendment includes some of the policy bill provisions and provisions from the Minority Report to House File 1269. So in the interest of time, members, I offer this, and I won't go over those provisions, but I urge members to vote for this. I have other members may wish to speak on that. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd request a roll call.
Representative Kresha requests a roll call vote. Seeing more than 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further a discussion to the DE amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you, Lead Kresha. I would like to thank you again for your willingness to meet with me almost every week and always trying to find that common ground. I'd also like to thank members from your caucus that have authored and signed onto bills that have been included in 2497, especially Representative Bennett and Representative Bakeberg, on working with their members on improving a few of the bills that we included as well. And I share your position on increasing the formula and tackling special education cross-subsidy, but let me make this very clear. We are here talking about spending this kind of investment on our schools because the DFL has fought hard for these targets. We fought hard to get that $2.4 billion in the first biennium and $3 billion in the second, and that's because we believe in investing in our education system, in our public education system. So while I understand the DE, the money's there because we made sure it was. The delete all also falls woefully short of for our students and our schools. It does not include anything for teacher recruitment and retention, which we have heard over and over again is important. Nothing to increase the diversity in our workforce, little to no investment in mental health supports for our children or money to increase our counselors, school psychologists, school nurses, and other support staff. And it falls short on funding on innovative solutions to close the opportunity gap, including money for after-school programs and to increase CTE pathways. Our budget surplus provided us with a historic opportunity to provide stability to our schools and provide them the tools they need to meet our students, all of our students, where they're at. That is why we have the House File 2497 in front of us, and that is why we have the targets we have to work with. So members, I would ask for a no vote on the DE5.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank Representative Kresha for bringing this delete all amendment that puts 5 and 5 on the formula. And would Representative Kresha yield to a question real quickly?
Representative Kresha will yield for a question real quickly. Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Kresha, does the delete all amendment include anything, any of this unemployment insurance for seasonal and hourly employees?
Representative Kresha.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question. Representative Scott, it does not.
Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I heard from my school district this morning, Anoka Hennepin, several of you on the other side of the aisle there represented Anoka Hennepin, the largest school district in the state, by the way. And what they informed me was that the 4-2 formula that is being offered by the Democrat majority is eaten up almost entirely by the unemployment insurance that you've decided to pay for seasonal and hourly employees. And I'm not discounting those folks, but when they sign up for those jobs, they know they're only for during the school year. What I was told today was that for every $1 million under the formula, that equals $2.9 million. The unemployment insurance piece of your bill will cost Anoka Hennepin $8.4 million. That eats up 3 out of the 4% increase on the formula. Members, this is not money towards the students in the classroom to help them catch up on reading and math. Our amendment doesn't fund this, and so those dollars on the 5 and 5 formula can go for things like funding the students, getting them caught up. It can go for things, the school districts can hire more folks for mental health and other needs within their district. And what I was also told is that, yes, the special ed funding and the EL funds are great, but that's not going to make up for this unemployment piece. And they were quick to point out that the paid family and medical leave bill hasn't even passed yet. That's another 0.35 out of the employer and the employee. There's also concern about the requirement in this bill to include class size, student testing, student ratios, and so on in negotiating the contracts. And their fear is that this is going to result in the need for additional classrooms. They're already bursting at the seams with what they have for current students. To regulate the class sizes in the way that you have under this bill would most likely necessarily mean building onto schools, which are capital investments that are unfunded in this bill. This bill that the DFL is offering takes away the managerial role of the school board and our superintendents. This bill puts mandates over students and removes local control. We hear you say you're making historical investments in schools, but with these mandates and the expanding bureaucracy, many districts will actually have more difficult budgets than they are experiencing now. Please vote yes on the Cretia amendment. It's the right way to fund our schools.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Youakim, for including our hourly school workers, the men and women, the Minnesotans who drive our students, who care for our students with disabilities, who ensure that they get a nutritious meal, who clean up after them. We have heard and passed off the floor last year an end to their exclusion from our unemployment insurance, an 80-year exclusion that other workers, even as you call them seasonal workers, don't have. And you know, sitting here listening to folks say they're not in the classroom, if you were in our Education Finance Committee, you heard from parents, you heard from students, you heard from paras themselves, you heard from teachers and school board members, how important these adults, these caring adults are in our classroom, to students with IEPs, to teachers who need the support, how important it is that folks get a nutritious meal and get to school safe. So when I hear that it's taking money out of the classroom, I think what's left? If we take the teachers out, if we take the adults, the caring adults out of the room, we don't have education anymore. I am so grateful that we have this in the bill because what we heard in committee was we have a staffing and a worker shortage. And we heard over and over again, from parents, from teachers, from school board members, that one of the most important things is that folks have economic security over the summer. So when we talk about how we're going to ensure that our students have the support they need, that our schools from Deer River to Duluth, from Bloomington to Minneapolis, we heard we need these adults in the building. So I would just say, members, this delete all leaves those workers behind. It leaves those kids behind. It deprives our students and our teachers and our schools and our educators from that support in our building. These Minnesotans play a critical role in our schools and on our campuses. They provide one-on-one support to students. They ensure folks have access to healthy food. And I just say this is one of the reasons to be proud of this bill, to eliminate this exclusion. And please, members, vote against the DE and vote for the bill.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Herr.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this time to speak on this DE. I would ask members to vote no on this DE. This DE does not include any funding for English language learners or ELL in the current omnibus bill, budget bill. It does include ELL, and not only does it include funding for ELL, but it also helps get rid of the cross subsidy in 4 years. That is really critical considering that our kiddos over the pandemic, the ELL student population was impacted disproportionately because of the ability to have family around them to help them learn and navigate the remote learning system. We have fallen greatly behind in reading and in math, especially in this student group, and so leaving them out of funding is really irresponsible on our part here as a legislature. So I would ask for the body to vote no for this DE amendment. Thank you.
Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for this discussion. I would really like to address some of the things that I heard as we are listening to your response to our DE. I heard from the chair of Education Finance that these are historic investments because we believe investing in our education system. I heard that this doesn't invest in any innovative solutions, and that our DE makes sure that we are removing people from the classroom. This couldn't be farther from the truth. Rather than deciding that MDE and that the state of Minnesota is going to be the answer to these problems, our DE actually prioritizes students and teachers and parents instead of systems. It decides to give money directed to the classroom, to our local schools, so that they can meet the needs of the people that they see every single day. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years, and I resented when some bureaucrat up here decided on how they could do my job better. By giving money directly to the school, directly to the local school board, and to our superintendents, we are telling them that they can actually innovate. They can put money where they see it being needed the most. And for those that you talk about how they need to stay in the classroom, and I agree, I was a teacher that needed the paraprofessionals in my classroom. But I guarantee you, with the workforce shortage that you've just talked about, that we can find a job for them in the summer, doing the thing that they're passionate about, which is working with our most vulnerable students. We have people during the summer that need tutoring, that need extra help during the summer. I guarantee you they'll be paid more than that than on unemployment insurance. And I also guarantee that if we wanted to do unemployment insurance, that you should actually have funded that instead of put that on the back of our schools. So, members, you need to vote for this DE. It is what our schools want. It's what they have asked for us. And I am very, very impressed to see that while we are making historic investments, that we have school boards and superintendents coming to us telling us that this will be the worst session ever for education. And that was stated by a superintendent in the newspaper. You can look it up, not making it up. The worst session ever when the majority party has the trifecta and talks about how they have fought hard for these targets. FYI, our DE has the exact same targets. They just actually prioritize it to our schools, to our students, and to our parents. Members, vote green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Krisha and your team for bringing this DE forward. I really think, members, that this strikes the right balance. It's a historic investment in education with 5 and 5 on the formula, 50% towards the special ed cross-subsidy, and 250 million members, this is the most important part to me, on the reading reset. I have had a bill on the science of reading and the importance of K-3 literacy since my second year in the legislature. And this is one of the issues I have really spent a lot of time working on, and it dovetails exactly with my work for many years on the achievement gap. We have the worst achievement gap in the country, and it has become so much worse since the schools were shut down during COVID. Members, 50% of the students in Minnesota can read at grade level. And students of color, the numbers are much, much worse. 20% and I believe 22% for Black students and for Latino students and Native American students. This is a crisis. And we need to make sure that not only are we funding education, but that we are targeting that funding at what works. And the science is very clear on what works for reading, members. The science of reading, where children are taught the 5 pillars of reading. It has a lot of phonics components, and the curriculum and the tools that they use for assessing students and measuring progress. It really works. We have seen it move the needle in Mississippi, in Florida, in Virginia, in all these other states that are far ahead of us on this. This DE targets the spending in the way that will move the needle. And members, I just have to talk about the unemployment issue for a minute. I agree, the paraprofessionals, the school bus drivers, all the people who are the seasonal employees in the school districts are amazing and fantastic, and we need them. But they do know that it's a 9-month job, and they have the opportunity to work in the summer school programs. And increasingly, members, we are short-staffed in these programs, and these programs that we have offerings in the summer in all the school districts are where the low-income students and the students who are struggling academically are getting the support they need so that there isn't more learning loss over the summer. We need those folks to continue to work into the summer, driving the bus, working in the classroom, providing the meals so that kids who need additional summer education experiences can have that. So members, this is a win-win. We will be targeting the money to address the achievement gap. We will get the right tools to address the achievement gap into the school districts, and we will have the staff available to staff the summer school programs. So members, please support the DE. Representative Creechah, thank you very much.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, it bears repeating that we are making historic investments in this bill, investments going directly to our students and their families. And part of that is critical investments in mental health for our students. Minnesota has 6,000 fewer school counselors, school social workers, nurses, and school psychologists than necessary to meet the needs of our students. 6,000 less. We know student support personnel close opportunity gaps. Our teachers, school counselors, nurses, students, and their families have been almost begging us for these investments for years. For most, if not all of us here, there is no resource that we won't fight for and no length we won't go to ensure our kids have everything they need to be healthy, to feel and be safe, and to thrive. This is one crucial way that we wrap our arms around all of our kids that make up the vibrant and beautiful fabric of our communities. Investing in mental health of our children is the very best of who we are as parents, family members, neighbors, legislators, and as humans. It is my hope that no one in this room must go back to the families in our districts and have to explain why we didn't vote to provide critical help for all of our children. Members, vote no.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for members to not vote, to vote no on the DE amendment. This amendment takes away funding for full-service community schools. This is a top priority of not only mine, but for Democrats, as we know that there are needs that students have beyond the classroom, and this funding is critical to be able to provide wraparound services for students and for teachers. Teachers are hired to teach. Teachers shouldn't worry about whether a child is fed or not. That is not their job. And full-service community schools does that work to ensure that teachers can remain teaching and students can focus on their learning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just got off the phone with the Forest Lake School Superintendent. The bus drivers are going on strike starting May 1. They've been in negotiations with the drivers for months. The school district has offered dollars they don't even have, betting that they're going to make it up potentially with funding coming from this legislature after July 1, but it's still not enough. The Forest Lake School District, we drive 5,500 miles a day. That is the distance from Key West to Anchorage every single day. The Democrats' bill has a small increase in transportation sparsity dollars, but it's not even close to funding the costs for school districts, many school districts out there, not just Forest Lake, many, many districts where the buses have to go many, many miles. Our transportation formula is based on a per student basis. It's not based on miles driven. It's not based on the 5,500 miles a day driven in the Forest Lake School District. School districts like Forest Lake, Stillwater, many, many districts. White Bear School District has a huge, loses a ton of money. They end up taking money from teachers and having less teachers and less staff because they have to pay for the busing that's not funded by this legislature. Our D amendment increases the transportation sparsity dollars that's being offered by the Democrats from 40% to 70%. It should be 100%, members. We should be paying the districts and reimbursing them for the cost to bus the students. And it shouldn't matter if you live in a district where you can everyone can walk to school, or if you live in a district where kids are sometimes driven 30 miles or more one way. You should still have the same quality of numbers of teachers, the same quality education, and districts should not have to pull money out of their general education budgets to cover the cost of busing. So it is very likely that on May 1, there's going to be no busing in the Forest Lake School District. The school will stay open, but that is a long drive for parents, most of who are two working income. Every parent pretty much in Forest Lake works. There's no online education. You have to somehow get your kid in because you're no longer going to have busing. And this has been an ongoing issue. Almost every day, there is a notice that comes out from the district that says, we're not having buses to this elementary this day. They've had to pull back because they can't get the drivers and they don't have the funding. So I urge the members, with $2.2 billion that we're adding to the K-12 education system in our state, and yet we're not doing anything about the basics of transportation and getting our kids to schools. And it's unfair, and our DE amendment covers at least more than half the gap between what the Democrats are offering and 100% funding. So I ask that you support the DE amendment. It's a good bill. It's the same dollars being spent, significantly less mandates that we'll talk about later, but it's a good bill. Thank you, members.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've engaged, assisted, worked with about 36 different schools. Tutoring, mentoring, community engagement programs to get the community active in the schools, corporate programs and initiatives to help the schools and the children. When I was on the school board, I was treasurer for a while. When I was on the ZED governing board, Zumber Education District Governing Board, which is several small schools across several counties working on special ed. I was also treasurer, and for a while I was the president of that board. And one thing that I learned is that kids are individuals, and there are differences between the schools, and 4 years go by, there could be a huge shift at that school. This amendment says we're going to get rid of, stop some of these mandates, focus on getting more money to the kids, more money to the schools, to the people that actually know the faces and the names. They're not just numbers on a sheet. And sometimes when I was on the board, we had to decide how we could move money around to actually spend and help the kids where they needed it, especially special ed. And with all these small rural school districts, there was transportation. There are a lot of different buckets. And you've got this money. We have focused for decades on failing, and we've come up with mandates to try and address a few failing school districts, where there are a lot of school districts that are doing well. My personal school district that I was on the board on, they've been in the bottom 3 for per pupil funding. They've also had multiple years of 100% graduation. They've had a lot of success because they empower and engage the parents in the district. They bring the community in engagement, and they focus on what the kids need to be successful in life instead of worrying about, we've got this problem, everybody's got that problem, so we're going to make a mandate. It takes away resources, funds, and precious classroom time. We saw that in the pandemic. The lack of that precious classroom time hurt so many students, and they're behind. This amendment focuses on getting the money without burdensome, and I would say some of them are wasteful for many district mandates, so they can address what their students need, not what, oh, this is good for this district and that district, it should be good for everyone. No, I trust the people when they talk about the students, they know their names, the brothers, the sisters, and many of the families. They know particularly we need to have this assistance for reading, we need to have this after-school program. That's what's going to bring Minnesota back up, because for decades, we've been trailing down from other states. We got to focus on helping those districts instead of saying we know better and mandating. This amendment helps the districts, helps the kids, and empowers the parents and the people that actually know the faces and the names. Vote for this amendment.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bigberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Krisha, for bringing a very strong DE amendment. I want to thank the body for a rigorous and robust discussion. I thank Chair Youakim for your leadership during our committee, and Chair Pryor as well. I'll get that out of the way so I don't have to do it later. But I really want to just take a moment and correct some of the information that's being said. I would point members to page 3, line 3.7 through 3.9 of the DE amendment. And what it says is that these dollars can be used to pay for the cost of licensed school social workers, licensed school nurses, licensed school social workers, licensed school psychologists, licensed alcohol and substance abuse disorder counselors. And this is the really important piece from an educator standpoint, to help in the early responses to problems. In my role as a building principal, I see every single day the magical work that my counselor and my social workers do to intervene early to meet the needs of our kids, the mental health needs of our kids, the academic needs of our kids. So to say that we are not funding mental health is flat out wrong. We have historic investments. We agree that we have to address the mental health needs of our students. The next line also talks about to pay for security enhancements. Representative Engen has a fantastic bill to be able to make sure that our schools are safe. If you don't know about it, I'd encourage you to reach out to Representative Engen about his SHIELD Act. But what happens, this money is allocated to our Safe Schools dollars. That gives local districts the flexibility to meet their local needs. So to imply in any way, shape, or form that the DE amendment offered by Representative Crecia does not address the significant mental health of our students is flat out false. Vote yes.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Crecia, thank you for putting forward a really good alternative to a really damaging bill. And Representative Mueller mentioned this, but I will read for you a quote. This appeared in the Pioneer Press just earlier this week, it looks like. And it's the Stillwater superintendent, and he said this: a lot of folks had high hopes that with the united government in place, meaning with all Democrat control, there were high hopes that we'd get some things done at the legislature this year. And then he goes on and says, unfortunately, I think this is potentially one of the most damaging sessions I've seen since I've been a superintendent. He had really high hopes for Democrat control of government. He thought that might be really good for education. But instead, this bill that we are hearing today is potentially one of the most damaging pieces of legislation we have seen for education. And I want to clear some things up. We've heard our Democrat colleagues say, well, this bill does not fund English language learners. I should say the DE, not the underlying bill. This DE does not fund English language learners. It doesn't fund support staff. It doesn't fund mental health. It doesn't fund any of these things. Of course this DE funds those things. It literally funds all of those things, if that's what the local school district needs it to fund. And guess what? Our local school districts know what their needs are better than the people in this room. I am sorry. I appreciate the work that the Education Committee did, but there is not a single member of the Education Committee in the House of Representatives who knows better what my school district, what the city of North Branch, what the school district of North Branch needs than the North Branch School District. They know better than you do. They just do. And I would venture a guess, I could be wrong, but I would venture a guess that probably none of you, but certainly the majority of you, have never set foot in a school in North Branch, Minnesota. But I have. My superintendent does. My school board members do. And they know how that money should be spent. We do not need prescriptive spending mandates and unfunded mandates from the legislature in our school districts. This is exactly why this bill that we are hearing today is potentially one of the most damaging things this superintendent has seen. This session is terrible for our schools. The funding mechanism in the underlying Democrat bill is going to be completely eaten up by all of the mandates that go along with it. That's what this underlying bill is. It is, I won't use those words. It is a sandwich of terrible things that our school districts are being forced to eat, and the people it's going to hurt, it's going to hurt our teachers, and it's going to hurt our students. Because with this nice 4 and 2 funding in the underlying bill, that's going to be eaten up by all the mandates. That's not going to our teachers. Our teachers are not going to see that funding. And at the end of the day, that means it hurts our kids. It hurts our kids who, frankly, have been damaged enough by Democrat policies of the last few years and by Democrat policies that kept our kids shut out of their schools. The Democrat policies that have caused the learning loss that is plaguing our kids right now. The Democrat policies that have led to a crisis in literacy in this state. That's what this Democrat underlying bill continues. I would encourage a vote, a yes vote, on the DE amendment. Vote yes to fund our schools. Vote yes to fund our teachers. Vote yes to fund our students. Vote yes to say our schools know better than a bunch of bureaucrats what they need to provide the best education our kids can get in this state. Vote yes.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, would the member from House District 46B yield for a question?
She will yield, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I choose to say the member from House District 46B because I never say your name right. And as someone whose name is always mispronounced, I didn't want to add on to that. So, Mr. Speaker, and to the member from House District 46B, I'm just trying to figure out how to vote on this amendment here. Representative Krisha, he kind of makes some good points, but he talks about how the underlying bill, there's these mandates that are in the bill. What do the mandates in the underlying bill cost?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Representative Garofalo, and I hope I'm saying that right. And you know, it doesn't matter what you call me, I know who I am. Madam Chair works great too. So, members, we fund many of the things we are asking our teachers and parents and teachers and districts. You know, we have had a lot of long nights and I'm really tired. So I'm going to start over again. So, when it comes to the mental health supports that you mentioned with your Safe School Levy that you increase, our charter schools don't get that. And there's about 20 different things that Safe School Levies can fund. And let me tell you, if districts were utilizing that for school counselors, psychologists, and school nurses, we wouldn't be one of the worst in the country for student-to-counselor ratios. So in our bill, 2497, we do direct funding for those 4 categories and a pipeline to make sure we have more people to hire. I keep hearing about mandates. In fact, a cute little chart got put together that had the number 65, and I keep hearing 50, 55, 60, 65. I have yet to see a list. I've asked for one. I'm not sure where you're getting that because there's things we're asking our districts to do with the $5.4 billion we're giving them. And the extras we're asking them to do, we fund. So we have the menstrual equity bill that Representative Feist carried to make sure that there are period products in all of our bathrooms. We fund that. We have Representative Acom's bill on opioid analgesics, so our district can have 2 doses. We fund that. We give our SPED teachers 1.25 hours more a week to do paperwork. We fund that. My favorite one that I've been carrying for 3 years is the fact that our paras are begging for extra training to work with their students that they have, especially their ones that have high needs. We have paras having to drop in and work with kids. One day I came in, I'm a para, by the way. A lot of us, I could probably get 15 hands on this side of people that work in schools, and I know there's a lot on that side too. But I came in for a sub job, working with a kiddo that had an iPad to communicate, and I wasn't trained on that. I worked with a kiddo that had to be toileted, that had a G-tube. I wasn't trained on that. So our paras have been asking for this extra training, and we fund that in this bill. And I agree with you that we need to hire our hourly workers back in the summer because our kids need that help. And guess what? If the districts do that, they don't qualify for unemployment. And instead of dumping money in a pool that they can only touch for that, we put it on the formula so that they can fund those summer school jobs. So that was a long answer to a question, but that is why House File 2497 is so important for our students in our state. Because with our base formula, you're right, we fund systems. With our 14 different categoricals, we fund very specific students that need very specific needs. And I'm very proud to say that we got that transportation sparsity up to 40%. We're going into conference with a bigger number, and we'll still keep looking at that. So there is a lot of amazing things we do in this bill. And as I said before, we are talking about $5.414 billion because we fought for that. We fought for that. So, thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. If the member from House District 46B would yield for another question.
She will yield, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I understand the mandates that are in the bill, and I understand that there's extra money that's included in the bill. I'm just wondering, has nonpartisan research provided a list of what the costs are for these in terms of, and I recognize that you are putting more money into the system to take care of these mandates, but we're getting a lot, every legislator here is getting a lot of correspondence from superintendents and from finance directors. We heard the quotes from others earlier. I'm just trying to get an accurate accounting of how much of the new money is going to be directed at the new, I'll just say new mandates, the new requirements, and how much of it is flexible funding. Do you have a ballpark figure of how much of that new money is in a mandate area? If you don't, can you direct me to a member of the DFL majority who can tell me a round ballpark number?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ballpark number is on your runs in your spreadsheets to see what your district's getting. The ballpark number is in our bills and what we're funding when we direct money. Members, we have one of the worst opportunity gaps in this country, and this is about to turn it around. The ballpark number is the almost $100 million we spend on the READ Act to make sure kids can read by 3rd grade, because you have to learn to read to learn. So that's the ballpark number. And a lot of the emails you're getting is from a chart that was sent around, and I have asked over and over again to give me a list because there are not 65 new mandates in the bill like that chart. And you know what? I have been responding to your superintendents and principals across the state and having amazing conversations. We are working together. This is a bill that funds our kids. It's a good bill. Thank you.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the member from House District 46B would yield for another question.
She will yield, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, to the representative, my understanding is that one of the mandates that perhaps superintendents were including that's not included in the bill is the $25 an hour minimum wage. Is that mandate in the bill? My understanding is it's not, and they've been including that in their costs. Is the $25 an hour mandate in the bill?
Representative Youakim.
Mr. Speaker, no, that is not in the bill. We heard that bill. We did not include it. The part you're speaking of is actually the training that was also in the bill that was included and the funding for it.
Representative Garofalo.
And again, if the member would yield for a question.
Representative Youakim will yield to another question. Representative Garofalo.
Thank you. So that is a mandate that is not in the bill. A mandate that is in the bill, as mentioned earlier, is Representative Greenman's bill. What is the cost to school districts of that? I understand that you're funding it, but how much of the new funding will get gobbled up by that specific mandate?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I'm just going to keep standing because I need a knee replacement, and last night's State of the State almost did me in because there were so many awesome things to stand up for. So we have, oh wait.
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the unemployment insurance, districts already have an unemployment insurance levy that I know we could not add to because we're not a tax committee, so I can't increase levies because I don't get to raise property taxes. So we could not increase that levy. We're talking about that further with the districts. But the unemployment insurance is there And as long as they offer a job in the summer for their employees, which it sounds like they're desperate for employees, it doesn't cost them anything. And that was that uncertainty of how each district's going to operate is why we didn't just dump money into a pot that they could only touch for the one thing. We made sure we used all the money we could to get on the formula.
Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor's State of the State address was brought up last night, and I can't help but notice that one thing I noticed last night from the State of the State is that Tim Walz really misses Washington, D.C., and he wants to go back really bad. That's what I heard. But, Mr. Speaker, Representative from House District 46B, so I'm trying to get specific dollar amounts. I don't think it's going to help if I just keep asking the questions, and I don't think you're going to give me the dollar amounts I'm asking for. I would just point out that in my time in the legislature, historically, finance directors, superintendents, people who do school finances, they're not exactly the most like right-wing Republican groups of people. They tend to favor your guys' side of the aisle. And the feedback that I have gotten, I've never experienced in my legislative activity here, where school districts now are proactively communicating to voters that they're, in fact, despite all this new money, that they're going to have to make cuts and layoffs. And they are proactively now going out to voters and explaining to them, don't blame your local school boards, it's not our fault. The state is doing this. And I just thought we could maybe get some more specific dollar amounts around this. It sounds like what Representative Krisha said was right, that there are quite a few mandates in the bill, that you have funded those mandates with extra funds, but that school districts would prefer to have those funds and have more discretion over how they're spending them. So I'll be voting green on your amendment, Representative Krisha. You made the case to me.
I recognize the member from Isanti, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Mr. Speaker and Representative Krisha, and I'm not going to ask you to yield. Just a simple head nod would be, is this the amendment that is a delete all that gets rid of the policy and puts 5 and 5 on the formula? Okay, appreciate that. I did get an affirmative head nod. I just want to make sure I'm speaking on the right amendment. Would Representative Youakim yield for a question, Mr. Speaker?
She will yield for a question, Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Youakim, and I maybe should have just signaled for you to stay standing. I apologize. You know, we've heard in my time in the legislature, and that goes back a dozen years now, we've heard a lot of criticism of Democrats, criticism by Democrats saying that we haven't fully funded education. So I just want to ask you on the underlying bill, because this amendment changes the funding to education. Does your bill, the underlying bill, fully fund education?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Representative Dowd. I want to thank you for saying my name too, because I know it's hard, but I do really appreciate that more than 46B. So thank you so much. That's an intriguing question because I've only been here 8 years. 8 years as a staffer. We've only had a trifecta once. We had the trifecta last time. We did all day K and funded it. So it's been a while since we've been in this position to do this, and that's how we got the $5.414 billion of increased funding above base for our schools. And I really encourage people to look at the list to see how much more your districts are getting per pupil. And like I said in my opening, with underfunding, you can't turn it around in one biennium. We're starting to with this. The key is moving forward is that 3% cap and the inflationary increase, because when I was, and I age myself, in like 2003, like 20 years ago, when I was a baby advocate for early childhood and family education, because it saved my children from me, and K through 12 funding, we were talking about the special ed cross subsidy back then. Back then, it was only 2% of districts' budgets. Now it's 6 to 8. Back then, we were talking about wanting to index the formula to inflation. Because back then, if we would have done that, instead of $6,863 a student in the base for ADM, we'd be over $10,000. So we got a lot of ground to make up, to have our districts get paid for the jobs they're already doing, and then also to put money in to close one of the worst opportunity gaps in the state. Because when you are underfunded, you start You have a mentality, and this is why you're hearing from your superintendents and principals more, I think, is because we actually have money this year. They are so used to having to come up and beg for every little nickel and dime and fund their classrooms with bake sales. So we are starting to turn that ship. It's going to take us a while, but man, this is a really good start.
Representative Dowd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Youakim. I do really appreciate you and appreciate working with you. We don't always agree, of course, but I thank you for answering my question. The answer was clear. This bill does not fully fund education. That was the answer. And for years, that has been the Democrats' cry or criticism of Republicans. You're not fully funding education. You know, when I was Speaker of the House, at that time, schools actually did better under Republicans for funding than they did under Democrats. And you know why that was? It was because Democrats couldn't say no to anybody. And when everything's a priority, nothing is a priority. So at a time, you just heard the bill author here say that they're not fully funding education in this bill. At a time when we have a $17.5 billion surplus and another $9.5 billion in new taxes, that's $27 billion in available resources. And Democrats are refusing to fully fund education. You just heard it here on the House floor. Not even our kids in this state can be a priority when Democrats are in control. They can't tax enough people and collect enough money to fully fund education with $27 billion of resources, new resources available. It's time to stop with the campaign rhetoric with things like fully funding education that you've been saying for years. For years, that's been your mantra. We need to fully fund education. And now, voters have put you in complete control of state government. And you can't do with 3 times more resources than this state has ever seen and had available. You can't solve a single problem for this state. You can't fully fund education. You can't take care of our transportation problems. You can't take care of our public safety problems. You know, somebody said to me in the hallway here a few weeks ago, you'd think with this big surplus that the legislature and the governor could be creative and just say, you know what, let's pick a problem and let's solve it. You're not solving a single problem for this state in this budget. The big stuff, nursing homes, you pick it. You're not solving a single problem. And I can't believe with $27 billion worth of new resources available to you, you can't fully fund education. You've been talking about it for a decade, maybe longer. And with $27 billion of new resources, you can't fully fund education? And the new money you're putting in is going to get sucked up by all of these mandates you've got in your bill. So thank you, Representative Krisha, for bringing this amendment forward, which puts way more money into schools than the Democrats are, and gets rid of all of the mandates that none of our schools want. And there's another problem in our state, is our funding formula. A kid in the Minneapolis school district is worth 50% more than a kid in my school districts. And that school district, the Minneapolis school district, gets the worst results in the state. If you're a student in the Minneapolis school district, you have less than a 50% chance of graduating from high school. That's a fact. And you and the school district in Minneapolis should be ashamed of those results. Those kids, more than anybody, deserve to have a world-class education and deserve to have the tools they need to be successful in life. And we are failing them. They are not failing. We are failing them by putting all of these mandates in place. But when we just throw more money onto the formula, because your kids are worth 50% more than my kids in my district, that spread just gets further and further apart, and the rural school districts fall further and further behind. So we need to fix that problem too. Just another problem that Democrats didn't fix this session. But I do appreciate you being honest that this bill, the underlying Democrat omnibus education bill, does not fully fund education. With $27 billion of money available to you, the $17.5 billion surplus, and $9.5 billion in new taxes, which I didn't think in a million years you could think of. With $27 billion, just to give you an idea of what you could do with $27 billion, I'll just give you an idea, okay? Generally, what we say around here is that 40% of the state's budget is education. Another 40% is HHS programs. And all of the other programs are split up out of the general fund from the rest of that. So 40% of the state's budget. With $27 billion, you could double the amount of money we're sending to schools. You could double it. You could do a 100% increase in school funding. That's what you could do with $27 billion. There is no excuse for Democrats to not fully fund education. There is no excuse. You've been talking about it for a decade. And you've got $27 billion to do it with. You ought to be ashamed of yourselves. And kids in your own school districts have less than a 50% chance of graduating from high school. And you know who let them down? You did. You should tape mirrors to the front of your screens on your computers, because you're the only ones to blame for the fact that those kids aren't graduating at a higher rate. And this money in this bill isn't going to help them. Thank you, Representative Krisha, for at least giving them a chance. Giving money to schools that can be flexible, that they can use for needs that they have in their district. And getting rid of the mandates that these schools don't need. And hopefully, in the next election, we'll right the ship. We'll put Republicans back in control, and Republicans will fully fund schools, since you can't.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And we still have some more amendments, and I'm sure we still have some more debate on the third reading. But this amendment does just offer funding and allows the schools to address these concerns that we're all talking about individually and targeting to their own needs. The difference here is not that we have disagreement on mental health or all of these other pieces, the disagreement on who gets to decide how those problems are solved. And so the DE amendment, Chair Youakim and Vice Chair Clardy, we had great, robust discussions in finance. And we heard these problems, and we agree on those. This amendment just takes a different approach of saying that still that school run sheet would still be strong. It would just have more flexibility for schools. And so, members, I urge a green vote on the DE, and then I look forward to further discussion on amendments and the final bill.
The clerk will take the roll on the DE5 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 59 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the DE5 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2497, the third engrossment. The amendment is coded A15.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl, to explain the A15 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd like to begin by talking just a little bit about the significance of the number 7. We have lucky number 7. The creation story, 7 days. The Bible is filled with references to 7. We have 7 wonders of the world, 7 seas, 7 days in a week. The seventh son of a seventh son is lucky. 7 hills of Rome. Joe Mauer's number was 7. And members, for 7 years, I've been trying to get this bill passed. My civics legislation. Trying to make civics education relevant again in Minnesota. Last biennium, it passed off the House floor, only to be, frankly, derailed by a single state senator. Now, I'm not going to give you the full pitch today. Most of you, or many of you, have heard it before. For new members, anecdotally and in evaluations by the National Assessment of Educational Progress, we are failing to teach our students how our government functions. We have a 75% failure rate in Minnesota civics education at graduation. I want to see civics again become more relevant by being offered as a course for credit to juniors or seniors. And I want to thank Representative Pryor and Representative Youakim for their wisdom in including my civics provisions in this bill. Members, we can join together today in a bipartisan manner to do something that can make a difference in the state of Minnesota, now and for the future. Winston Churchill said, "Democracy is a very poor form of government, but I ask you never to forget that all the others are so much worse." Democracy is under attack by ignorance. Please vote green to ensure the future of democracy in Minnesota. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Erdahl, for being tireless, and I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Erdahl.
Thank you. Everyone vote yes.
All those in favor of adopting the A15 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the A15 amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Erdahl moves to amend House File Number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A14.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl, to explain the A14 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and thank you for your recent vote. The safety of our students and staff in our schools is essential. And there's currently a move toward non-exclusionary measures to deal with behavior issues. The question remains that I'm trying to address is what happens if a student commits violent actions against a teacher or a staff member. This provision won't remove a child from a school. There's no suspension or expulsion, but it does try to find a cause and remedy for the situation. A student who is violent could be removed from a classroom and then returned after a consultation by the school administrator with the teacher, parents, and appropriate school support personnel regarding ways to improve the student's behavior. There are violent and disruptive episodes where staff and teachers are victims. This must be addressed in some way. This is not intrusive or heavy-handed, but it at least offers some remedy for violent situations in our schools. Thank you.
Discussion. There's an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment.
Richardson moves to amend the Erdahl amendment to House File Number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A30.
The member from Dakota, Representative Richardson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The A30 amendment narrows the application of this to removal for students for violent conduct. I would just note that there's more work that needs to be done on this amendment, as there's no time limit on the removal. So at this point, it could be indefinite. And I think it would also be important that we're tracking on disparities. We know that in this state, Indigenous students make up 1.6% of our student population, but they're 10 times more likely to be expelled or suspended. Black students are 8 times more likely, and students with disabilities are twice as likely. We have a space right now where kids don't have an equal opportunity to be within our classroom, and so it would be important to ensure that we're also getting the data on removals as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. We are on the underlying amendment as amended. Any discussion? Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I appreciate that this is going forward. I would have, I guess, preferred to have left my amendment the way it was. However, my goal was foremost in dealing with violent situations in the schools. This does make progress in that area, and so I am appreciative of that and ask for a positive vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Erdahl amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Backer moves to amend House Bill number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A16.
The member from Traverse, Representative Backer.
Yes, Madam Speaker and members, I have, and this was kind of last minute, so I apologize, did not talk to the chair, but I have received emails from my district because of all the snow days. This one was from a second grade teacher saying that we are 16 days of not having school, which we know that there's that requirement of 165 days to hold school. And it was a couple years ago, I don't remember exactly what it was, but the teacher, the second grade teacher asked me to share that they're struggling with meeting the requirements. And a couple years ago, we actually suspended that, if I remember correctly, of the 165 days. Plus now, especially up and down the Red River Valley, and we're seeing some flooding. So this is kind of a Hail Mary type of amendment at the last minute, just to give the schools flexibility so they would not have to have that requirement of 165 days. So thank you, Madam Speaker and members.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Representative Backer, you know most Hail Marys aren't completed. So I'm going to have to start with that. Sorry. I appreciate the concern of your school districts, though, and I was here a couple years back when we did have polar vortex after polar vortex. It was bad, and we've had another really rough winter, and I understand that. Definitely think that we need to talk about going forward, how to anticipate better these days where students are out of class and not learning. But your example of the second grade teacher, if we don't, what we're saying is that second grade class is going to be losing days of instructions. And, you know, we're talking about literacy. We're talking about every day in the classroom matters. I know it's going to be hard to make up this year, but those kids still deserve those days of learning. And we just have to figure out in the future how to really anticipate, you know, what's going to happen. And with exceptional years like this, so that school districts can proactively deal with the days of lost learning because of the weather. So appreciate that you're bringing the discussion to the floor today. Something that we can still talk about next year when we talk about specific policies. But I'm going to recommend no vote on this one.
Further discussion, Representative Backer.
I appreciate that. If you want, we can afterwards do some practicing throwing the football so you can catch. No, I get where you're at. I do, serving on a school board for many years, I do like it makes sense to have control local school, the school boards and the administration, the teachers have that control. So the school that addressed this, they've been a 5-star school, so they understand that, has similar demographics as the schools that we see in Minneapolis, St. Paul, and they have had very much, have worked really hard to make sure those students are reading and so forth. So I do appreciate it. I would ask for a yes vote. I can throw the football pretty good, folks, so thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Qua moves to amend House Bill number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A17.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. For decades, we've been funding and throwing money at failure. And we've just assumed that the school districts that are doing well will be able to continue. I think we've reached or are about to reach an area of where there's just not enough base or floor for some of these school districts. I used to have one of the bottom 1, 2, 3. I've got the bottom 2 in the last run I saw from the proposals. And they're doing, as in graduation and performance, they're doing well. But that is by really pushing hard in every way they can. But they're reaching a point at which they will not be able to keep going. And you're going to end up having the successful school districts are going to start failing too. So this amendment is to say half of the money we're adding is going to be for every single student. So it's half the money equally per pupil, raises the floor, and equally funds every student in the state. The other half goes into the formula with, the special programs and other things that we've been trying for decades and I don't think have been very successful. At some point, we got to realize we need to have adequate funding for everyone, and then you add for where it's needed. By just doing the formula, we've got districts that are getting half the money of other districts per pupil. When I was on the negotiations team for the teacher's contract, I said, we've got a problem. Our lowest pay level is too low. We're not able to hire anyone because we've been too long adding it as a percent to everyone. I said, I'm not going to debate or argue what the total amount of dollars are, just that half the money would go equally no matter what lane, step, ladder, however you want to put it, where you were. And that raised everybody up. The other half was put percentage. And then we were able to hire teachers at entry level. Now, what I bring that example up is because what can be a good idea, but if you continue to do it for decades, you have problems. And we need to do a correction to that issue so that we don't have districts doing well now crumble. Now, I've been looking at the eyes and reading the faces. I see that maybe now is not what the majority of the people are after. But think about it. Consider. Because every student deserves the base funding that's needed to actually provide their education. So with that, I hope you'll look at thinking and working on this in the future, and I will pull this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Kwan has withdrawn the A17 amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House Bill number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash, to explain the A18 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request a roll call on the A18.
Representative Nash requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A18 would remove the portion of the bill found on page 69 and 70, and it would be lines 69.28 through 70.6. So this would require in the bill, as it's currently written, for an on-campus PSEO student to not be required to sign a statement of faith if they are attending a faith-based institution for the PSEO hours. Now, full disclosure, one, I represent a faith-based college here in the legislature, that's Crown College. And secondly, I also serve as a trustee on their board. So I've had a lot of time to talk about this piece of legislation, Madam Chair. And members, I'll just sum it up this way. First, I have seen the tremendous value of these programs. I've had two of my own children go through this program. It is an incredibly popular program, and I think that it's one of the best things that we've ever done for the student who's attending these schools. But I think that the proposed language is applying a standard that we've not seen in any other piece of statute yet this year. And I was thinking about the school lunch for everybody that was passed, and that was passed but did not preclude any religious schools. That was just fine. There was no prohibition in that. And I found that to be interesting as a strong juxtaposition to what you're doing in this bill. And I guess the chair has left the floor. I don't see her. Oh, there she is. Always like to talk to the chair that I'm talking about an amendment on their bill. But I find that this is really kind of it is an affront on religious liberty. That students who are attending the on-campus PSEO, they've made a decision. That's where they want to go. It is. They have felt that that's a place for them, much like two of my own children. They were completely fine with this, and they thought it was a great idea. And it's imparted tremendous benefit to my oldest daughter, who graduated high school walking in the door as a college junior. That's pretty good. And had no problem, our family had no problem with this, but here's the fundamental problem. What this legislature and the governor's office through the Department of Education is doing is that they are forcing colleges like Crown, Northwestern, and potentially others to choose between deeply held religious beliefs, and I know many of you are people of deep faith, so I'm surprised at seeing this here in this bill, but that you are forcing them to choose between deeply held religious beliefs and providing PSEO education on campus. I'm really kind of surprised. And I had signed up to do this amendment because of the standing that I have in my district before what we heard last night from the governor about the fact that bigotry and hatred had no place in the state of Minnesota. And it's leaving a question mark in my mind. I guess I don't see that standard that we heard about last night being applied in this part of the bill. And I'm deeply troubled by this, because for the years that I have both been here in the state of Minnesota, long time watching students go through this, having my own students go through this, that is a choice that they are making to attend that institution, and they know what they're doing as they walk in the door. And I am very, very troubled that this is the ground that we are now covering in this bill. And I'll say, Representative Youakim, I always say your name right. You and I came in together. This is my first time ever offering an amendment on an education bill. And I feel that strongly about it. I've never gotten up. I don't know that I've actually spoken on an education bill before. But this one is troubling because maybe I did. Maybe I did. Thanks for reminding me. But this one is extremely troublesome for me because it is an absolute outright affront on religious liberty. And the decisions that have to be made as a result of its passage, if it does pass, really put institutions in conflict with their deeply held religious beliefs. So I know that there are some other folks that would like to talk about this, but I do have a roll call on. I know, members, for those of you who are people who are of deep faith, think about how you message this to folks in your district. And for the people who have students that attend these institutions, and there are people on your side and my side, students will attend all of these. Think through this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
To the A18 amendment, I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this is something that was heard in our policy committee. We had a great discussion. It was also heard in education finance as we rolled our policy bill into the larger education bill. And again, we had a good discussion of it. And what we're talking about with this policy that's in the bill right now is actually about religious freedom and education. And our post-secondary education program takes high school age students and says, you can start taking classes at post-secondary education institutions, and you can get credit for it. So think about that student that looks at that faith statement that's the barrier between them and the institution that they want to go to. Now, I've looked at the faith statement. I am a person of faith and practicing. I cannot sign that faith statement that they put before me, and that would be a barrier for me attending. They're rejecting me based on my beliefs, and they're also rejecting people based on who they are. And that's why there's also language that comes from our human rights statute saying that we don't discriminate because of these characteristics. So we are talking about high school students. We are talking about the K through 12 budget. We are talking about public dollars. And we're saying, don't discriminate against students based on characteristics and beliefs. So I recommend a no vote.
I recognize the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You threw me for a loop there. I almost said Madam Speaker. So, I would echo Chair Pryor's. We had really good discussion about this provision in our education policy, and then also for Chair Youakim in our education finance. And really, when I think about this, it's a difference of perspective. One of my mentors used to really push me and say, Ben, you really need to ask questions. You need to understand and understand the why behind an issue. And she used to say things like, and she would typically say it if I did something wrong and she was going to hold me accountable, she would say, help me understand. And it kind of sent shivers up my spine when I heard that from her. But I really asked that question when I first read this provision. I really wanted to think about help me understand, because I truly want to grow and I want to learn and hear different perspectives. And that, frankly, comes from my deep faith. That's why I believe that I need to listen to different perspectives and learn and respect other people. but I'm also going to hold on to my deep faith and my deep conviction. And that's really what our faith-based institutions are doing. And I think, one of the things we talked a lot about during committee was about tax dollars going to faith-based institutions. And I would just, Representative Nash stole my thunder with House File 5, Lunch for All. We are sending significant dollars to faith-based schools that have statements of faith. That is a fact. We also provide non-public mental health services to our non-public schools. So those are facts, but when we have these hard conversations, it can get kind of tense. But if we just drop and just have a real conversation, I think it's important. And the real conversation with this bill, in my perspective, is that people of faith feel discriminated against, feel targeted. Specifically, the three faith-based institutions that this provision would address. But I'd also look at the larger bill. There was a homeschooling requirement that was pulled, thankfully, that was felt very targeted to the homeschool community, which traditionally are people of faith. Rep. Spencer Murrah and I had wonderful conversations about the ethnic studies bill. One of the protected classes that was listed in the original draft of the ethnic studies bill was not religion. That's concerning. That felt targeted. And then you add this statement of faith. And I joked I think it was in finance, that I'm a baseball guy. I love baseball. I still play for the Jordan Millers, the 35 and older team. Not very well, I'm pretty slow, but I kind of joked that 3 strikes, you're out. In the world of baseball, there were 3 provisions within 1297, the original policy bill, that were targeted toward people of faith. So that's a concern. So when I took my mentor's feedback and I tried to understand, I asked a lot of questions about why do we have this? And I learned that this has been something that has been in the works for a long time at the Department of Education, going back to 2017. And then Attorney General said, nope, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. Now, I'm not an attorney. I think one might talk in a little bit, but I'm not an attorney. But in my opinion, by continuing to push this, it is going to open us as a state up to litigation. And we don't need to do that. We don't need to target people of faith. We've heard a lot about people being targeted. We heard things last night. This is not a needed amendment. Vote no. Or vote yes, I'm sorry.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, thank you, Representative Nash, for this amendment, and Representative Bakeberg for your comments. I share the same concerns of Representative Nash and Representative Bakeberg, and I think we need to level set a little bit and just get a little bit of a better understanding of making sure, and maybe we can clear up some questions about how this is going to work if Representative Pryor would yield to a question.
I'm sorry, Representative Niska, who are you asking to yield to a question?
The author of this provision in the policy bill, Representative Pryor.
Representative Pryor, will you yield to a question? She will yield, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pryor, I was looking to try to find out how many institutions there are, how many options there are in the state of Minnesota for PSEO, and I found a number 33. I think that's probably right, give or take a few. Of those roughly 33 institutions in Minnesota that offer PSEO, how many institutions would this underlying provision, Section 43, affect? And do you know what those institutions are?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
The two that I'm aware of are Bethel, Northwestern, and, well, the two that I'm aware of are Northwestern and Crown, and that have come up in the discussion. I know that across our state we have a number of secondary institutions that are also faith-based, but they do not require these faith statements. And so, and we can do a lot more digging. We can come up with some really specific lists, which I don't have because I'm not that good at searching things while I'm listening to the questions. But that many faith institutions across the country and in Minnesota are able to be true to their faith and their mission and still accept students without compelling them to sign a statement that some of these institutions do.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for that answer, Representative Pryor. There are a lot of religious practices that one particular religious institution or denomination chooses that others do not. But that's an interesting observation. I was wondering if Representative Pryor would yield to another question.
Representative Pryor will yield to another question. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Pryor. Of the two that you identified, I think there's probably a third, but we don't need to necessarily, bring them into this discussion. My understanding is two or three. Of those schools that do have a faith statement, is there a common faith tradition that those schools share?
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Yes, I believe it's a particular understanding of the Christian faith, and I've noticed a couple times on the floor, people have said people of faith, and I think they mean a particular faith in the way the term's been used here too, because I know that there are people of faith here and people of understandings that are on the same level that I hold my faith that would not use that term. And I think that we want to be broad in understanding of what that term might mean and how one's belief system can be central to a person. And that should not get in the way of being able to go to a great post-secondary education, have a great post-secondary education experience.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was a really fantastic answer for the lawsuit that will come as a result of this litigation. I absolutely agree that this is aimed at two particular institutions associated with, frankly, a narrow subset of the Christian faith that probably is a minority faith if you try to look at particular subsets of the Christian faith in the state of Minnesota. But I'm concerned, Representative Pryor, about the potential outcomes there are two potential outcomes I think that could come about as a result of the underlying language. Either those two institutions that are the only two institutions that are being targeted by this legislation would change their faith practice, the way that they choose to exercise their faith as a result of the state's demand on them in this legislation, or they refuse that coercive effort by the state, and then at least two options would be lost to the students of Minnesota in the PSEO program. And so, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Pryor would yield to another question.
Representative Pryor will yield to another question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pryor, as the author of this underlying provision, I'm curious if you could help illuminate to us which of those two options is the intended outcome of the bill. Is it that those institutions would be forced to change the way that they understand and exercise their faith, or is it that we would reduce the number of options that are available in the PSEO program?
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
The intent of the provision that we have in this bill is to make sure that our high school students can go to the post-secondary institutions of their choice. They can exercise that option, and they will not be compelled to sign a statement as a barrier to admission. So that is the intent of this legislation.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. If you were listening carefully, the answer to the question was option A, that the intent of the bill is to coerce at least two religious institutions to change the way that they exercise their faith practices at the state's demand. And members, I was here as last night, as was Representative Nash, as he mentioned, when we heard the governor say very strongly that bigotry is on the march outside of the state, but that ends in Minnesota. And you know, I got kind of optimistic when I heard that, because I thought that meant, Representative Nash, that they were going to take your amendment. I thought they were going to take your amendment so we could strike the religious targeting that's in this bill. The targeting that goes after not all Christians, but a particular subset of the Christian faith, and the way that two faith-based institutions in Minnesota choose to practice that faith. I thought we were going to take the amendment and strike that religious bigotry from this bill. So I checked. I learned. We all learned recently. We have a North Seer in the House. So I checked with the North Seer before. I thought, am I right, Representative Olson? Is that what they're going to do? Was I hearing the governor correctly? Unfortunately, he let me know ahead of time, so I knew before you said you weren't going to take it that you weren't going to take it. But he also told me this: this provision will be challenged and it will be struck down. And he's right about that. Absolutely 100% right about that. And I know that because the U.S. Supreme Court has recently looked at 3 cases that are almost exactly on point. A trinity of cases. The most recent one is Carson versus Macon, just last year, where the U.S. Supreme Court said that the free exercise clause of the First Amendment protects against indirect coercion or penalties on the free exercise of religion, not just outright prohibitions. We have repeatedly held that a state violates the free exercise clause when it excludes religious observers, including religious institutions, from otherwise available public benefits. In that case, it referred to a case from just a couple of years earlier called Espinoza, which is a case out of Montana, and it said, our recent decision in Espinoza applied these basic principles in the context of religious education that we consider today. There, as here, we considered a state benefit program under which private funds flowed to support tuition payments at private schools. And there, as here, that program specifically carved out private religious schools from those eligible to receive such funds. While the wording of the Montana and Maine provisions is different, their effect is the same: to disqualify some private schools from funding solely because they are religious. And that's what we're doing today, members. We are excluding certain schools from the PSEO program solely because of how they choose to exercise their faith. Members, our faith is exercised not only as individual people, but as groups of people who get together in religious institutions. And the separation of church and state means that we don't go in and step into religious institutions as the state and tell them what to do. So we don't get to say to Crown and Northwestern, you don't get to practice your faith, organize yourself as a faith community this way. Just like we don't get to go to the Catholic Church and say, you don't get to do infant baptism, because there are other Christian churches that choose not to do infant baptism. We don't get to do that. That is their first freedom as a religious community, as a religious entity, and we violate the First Amendment when we do that. Now, there is a provision in the Minnesota State Constitution. I've heard some suggest that there's a no-aid provision in the Minnesota State Constitution that would be relevant here. In Espinoza versus Montana Department of Revenue from 2020, the U.S. Supreme Court specifically addressed that and said that the supremacy clause of the U.S. Constitution means that the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution overrides that. And they said something that's very interesting and I think applicable here. The U.S. Supreme Court in 2020, the majority opinion said that that supreme law of the land, the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, condemns discrimination against religious schools and the families whose children attend them. They are members of the community too, and their exclusion from the scholarship program here is odious to our Constitution and cannot stand. The Supreme Court has struck down discriminatory policies, just like the discriminatory policy we're considering here in Carson, in Espinoza, and in 2017 in the case of Trinity Lutheran versus Comer. Members, if we pass this bill, it will be challenged and it will be struck down. There's a trinity of Supreme Court cases that tell you why, and there's an unholy trinity of reasons to vote against this provision and for the A18 amendment. The first is the litigation costs and fees that will come as a result of this. We've talked about supporting the Attorney General's office, and yet over and over again in this chamber we're passing laws that will be challenged and will burden the Attorney General's office to defend those laws. But what's worse, when we lose, again, this is a federal constitutional claim against the state of Minnesota. The state of Minnesota will have to pay those attorneys' fees, and that will come out of the state treasury to fund the attorneys for the parents and the children who want to go to these institutions and for the schools that challenge them. It's also unconstitutional. We all swore an oath to uphold the Constitution, but more fundamentally, members, it is wrong. We're discriminating against particular Christian schools because of a particular subset of the Christian faith that they belong to and the way that they choose to exercise their faith. We are discriminating against the children, the parents who want their children to be able to do post-secondary enrollment options at those institutions precisely because of the way that they organize themselves according to their faith. We could just leave them alone and there would be 30 or 31 other choices they could go to. But instead, we're choosing to target them in this underlying bill, and that's why we need to strip it out in this amendment. Members, this is wrong. If we were targeting 3 Muslim schools, if we were targeting 3 Jewish schools, if we were targeting 3 schools of any other faith, every member of this body would understand that it's wrong. It's wrong when we're targeting particular Christians because we don't like their faith and we don't like the way that they choose to exercise their faith. Members, vote yes on the A18 amendment.
I recognize the member from Chisago, Representative New Brindley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska, for laying out in very clear terms the legal argument for voting for this amendment. And I would just like to add that the good news is, as legislators, we actually don't need to check our common sense at the door either. We can just apply our common sense to this. We were just told that the purpose of the underlying language is to ensure that students can attend the post-secondary institution of their choice. We were told that a faith statement is a barrier for some students to be able to attend those schools. Come on, guys, let's apply a little common sense here. Guess what? If you don't share the faith, if you don't want to sign the faith statement at Northwestern University, that is never going to be your college of choice. If you don't want to sign the faith statement at Crown College, that is never going to be your school of choice. Apply a little common sense. Recognize what this underlying language does. This is discrimination, plain and simple. That's all it is. What this underlying language does is say that if you want the experience of a community, if you want the experience of being part of a community, a school that shares your values, that shares your faith, you don't get to do that. The only thing this bill does is exclude. It does not include. It is wrong. Use your common sense. Don't check it at the door. The legal arguments are spot on. This is not going to stand. But just use your common sense and take care of it right now. Vote for the amendment.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief, members. I should have assumed Representative Niska would cover all the legal arguments, and I just wanted to rise in support of this amendment because one of the things that Chair Pryor said is she said, don't discriminate against students based on their beliefs. And I just think that's totally misrepresenting what's going on here. How this works is that the students get the choice. The families get the choice. No one's discriminating against the students who choose to attend these universities or who choose not to. As Representative Niska pointed out, the key decision here was done in June of 2021 in a Maine case called Carson v. Macon, and it said that a neutral benefit program in which funds flow to religious organizations through independent choices of private benefit recipients does not offend the Establishment Clause. Members, this is a neutral benefit program that individual private benefit recipients make their own choices. So we should not be able to exclude religious schools from this neutral benefit. The Supreme Court has already decided this, and we are wasting the state's time and money and harming students who would make this choice by having this language in the bill. Members, vote to support the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg.
Thank you, Speaker. The provision in this bill that this amendment would delete is consistent with existing law. Subdivision 5 of the PSEO statute, which is what we're talking about. We're not talking about allowing students to enroll in the college of their choice. We're talking about the post-secondary enrollment option, which allows high school students to get college credit. I just wanted to make that clear because I'm not sure it was clear from previous comments. But Subdivision 5 of the PSEO statute, Section 124D.09, specifies that courses eligible for PSEO must be non-sectarian. That word appears in the statute twice. That is consistent with constitutional principles of the separation of church and state. The state funds PSEO. The state should not fund religious education, and it should not fund education that requires students to pledge to follow a religious belief that they might not adhere to. I'd also specify that the language in the bill that this amendment would delete also prohibits discrimination based on, quote, students' race, creed, ethnicity, disability, gender, or sexual orientation, or religious beliefs or affiliations. This is consistent with our Human Rights Act, and it also prohibits discrimination based on religious beliefs, and that is also consistent with our Human Rights Act. A pledge would likely violate the Human Rights Act. I've heard this language would open us up to litigation. Requiring students to sign a faith statement using public funds would also open us up to litigation. No litigation has a guarantee of success. I've heard this argument many times that, oh, this will open us up to litigation. Anybody can sue anybody that they want to. That doesn't mean the lawsuit is going to be successful. And in this case, I'm thinking that the litigation that's been described here would not be successful. I think if the state started discriminating against students based on their religious beliefs, that would open us up to litigation that might be successful. I haven't reviewed all of the case law, but my understanding is the case law allowed funding for non-religious aspects of these schools. This amendment would mean we could fund actual religious activities and discriminate against students, whether they are religious or not, who don't want to sign a faith statement of a specific religious beliefs. Finally, no schools are excluded from this program. If they want to participate in the PSEO program and receive public funds, they just shouldn't be able to require students to sign faith statements using public funds. The underlying language is needed. I encourage my colleagues to vote no.
The member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to briefly respond to a couple of Representative Freiberg's points. It is absolutely 100% true that under existing law, the courses that are supported by our PSEO dollars are non-sectarian. And that is exactly what happens when students who choose to use their PSEO dollars as an exercise of their faith and as an exercise of Crown and Northwestern's faith, when they choose that they want to participate in those non-sectarian courses in the context of a faith-based institution that organizes itself according to its faith. The existing landscape does not require, from the state's perspective, does not require any student to choose to go to Crown or Northwestern, and therefore the state is not requiring any student to sign a faith statement. There are at least 30 other options in the state of Minnesota that do not require a faith statement, and we're talking about a open benefit program, a benefit program in which state dollars follow a student. The student applies at an institution for PSEO, and if they get into that institution for PSEO, then the state dollars follow them. It is exactly the same kind of program as what was considered in Espinoza, in Carson versus Macon, and in Trinity Lutheran on that critical factor. It is an open state benefit program, and all this does is it tells schools either A, that thing that you think is an exercise of your faith, you must stop doing. Okay? That's what it's telling to Crown Northwestern. Because talk to someone at Crown or talk to someone at Northwestern about why they have a statement of faith, and they will tell you that it is because they consider that to be part of how their faith tells them to organize as a higher education institution. So we in this body are passing legislation, if we don't take the governor's words about bigotry not being on the March in Minnesota to heart, if we pass this legislation, what we are doing is we are telling those faith-based institutions, we know better than you what your faith asks you to do. And your faith, what you think is a exercise of your faith, is not actually an exercise of your faith, and you need to stop doing it. That's option one. Or option two, you're going to be excluded from the program. So, Representative Freiberg, that's not an accurate statement to say that no schools are excluded from the program. Schools absolutely are excluded from the program if they do not follow the government's coercion about how they exercise their faith contained in this bill. So, members, there is, just like every other state benefit program that we have that happens to benefit a church, every road that we happen to fund near a church, doesn't mean that the state is requiring people to join that church. When we fund school lunches and some of that money goes to religious schools, we're not requiring parents to send their kids to those religious schools and sign up for everything that would be involved. Members, what we're doing today is unconstitutional. It's wrong. It's targeting particular people of faith, and I'll own up to it. I take it a little personally because I do have connections to these schools. My wife works at Crown, so I understand this is targeting a particular subset of the Christian faith. It's targeting 2 colleges because the ruling trifecta has decided that those 2 colleges need to be punished. Members, this is wrong. It's discriminatory. And if we listen to the governor's words that bigotry is not going to be on the march in Minnesota, we would vote for this amendment and strip this bigoted, hateful, discriminatory policy from this bill. Vote yes.
Representative Petersburg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think we're creating a lot of heartache, we're creating a lot of angst over something that is probably not the issue that we ought to be talking about. So the way I understand it, we're going to say institutions that require this, they won't be allowed to ask people to sign a faith statement. By the way, we committed an oath and actually pledged an oath when we took office here. So that's not unusual for things like that to happen. But here's the deal. So if this particular organization says, no, it's important for us religiously to have this in here, then they don't participate in PSEO, okay? I mean, that's their option, right? Well, that takes that program away from the students that actually go to church there, that agree to everything, and it takes away the option from them to even participate. On the other hand, and it also includes those people that may want to go there because they think it's a good program. On the other hand, individuals students who are thinking about going there and don't want to sign the pledge, it's no different than if they were removed from the PSEO program anyway. They're going to have to choose somewhere else. The point is that every individual has the choice of participating for that PSEO program in that particular college or not. If the requirements are different, that's fine. Do we require the exact same grading procedures for PSEO? No, we don't. There's a lot of things that are changed. So I think we're really blowing this way out of proportion in regards to really understanding the fact that everybody has the choice. The student has a choice. If they don't want to go there, if they don't want to participate in the pledge, they don't have to. If you're saying, well, but we want to force them to offer the program, well, then they could choose not to offer the program because you can't force them to offer the program either. So therefore, you really aren't solving the situation or the results that you think you are by requiring this particular amendment, by voting down this particular amendment. And I agree, I think because the fact that both parties would have the choice, you aren't going to be able to support the compelling of that particular piece in your bill. So I would also ask for green vote on this particular amendment. It is a good amendment. It's one that's going to keep us out of trouble, by the way. And I think if you think about it, it really isn't going to result in what you think it's going to. So please vote green. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. Well, we've had some very interesting debate here. I never thought that I would see the day that my state would open up a season on a subset of the Christian faith. I am flabbergasted that effectively, as Representative Pryor said, this is targeted at a subset of the Christian faith, or the Christian faith. Let that sink in. The language in the bill is targeted at the Christian faith. Now, there are many of us on this side that would fight for your religious faith that you hold deeply, and we have a fairly diverse group of faiths here. But ours, mine, Representative Niska's, others, has now been targeted by the state. It's just that simple. And I don't know what to say to people about my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who swore an oath to not just the Constitution of the state of Minnesota, but the Constitution of the United States of America as well, which provides for religious liberty. Except today. Except in this bill. Except in your goals, I guess, because your goals are reflected in this bill. I've been trying to reconcile this all week as we've been leading up to this, and as I've been preparing for the amendment, and as I've been thinking about how do I tell the people that, one, I represent, but the people who are on the board with me at Crown College, and how do I tell the people who may want to send their children here, what do I say? I guess I'll say that the bill is targeted at the Christian faith and the exercise of my faith. But I've been watching some folks on your side, and I'm hoping, I think, that I have seen some heads nodding in affirmation with me. So, Mr. Speaker, I will withdraw my request for roll call. Thank you. Members, vote yes on the amendment.
Representative Nash requests his roll call. All those in favor of adopting the A18 amendment, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. No. The motion does not prevail.
Mr.
And
Speaker,
the A18
division.
amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Speaker, division.
Mr. Speaker, division.
Representative Nash has requested division. All those in favor of adopting the A18 amendment, please rise. You may be seated. All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Representative Dowd, state your point of order.
Mason, section 533, number 2, a rising division vote is a verification of the previous voice vote. You've got people voting who did not vote in the voice vote. And I'd ask that you'd find my point of order well taken and ask members who did not vote in the voice vote to please sit down.
Representative Dowd, I'm going to defer on ruling on your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd move to overrule the deferment and ask that the body make that decision. And I'd request a roll call vote. And when you're ready, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to speak to my motion.
Representative Dowd, that is out of order. There being 58 ayes
Mr.
and
Speaker,
62
point of order.
nays,
Mr.
the motion
Speaker,
does not prevail,
Mr.
and the
Speaker,
A18 amendment is not
Mr.
adopted.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker,
There's an amendment at the
Mr.
desk.
Speaker,
the clerk
point
will
of order.
report the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order. Mr. Speaker,
Representative Dowd, the clerk is reporting
Mr.
the
Speaker,
amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to be
The
recognized.
clerk will report the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
West moves to
Mr.
amend House
Speaker.
File Number 2497.
Mr. Speaker.
Third and Grossman as amended. The
Mr.
amendment
Speaker,
is
I'm
coded
rising to be
A28.
recognized.
I recognize
Mr. Speaker.
the author of the amendment, the member
Mr.
from
Speaker,
Anoka,
I'm rising to be
West.
recognized. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising to be recognized.
Representative
for a
Dowd,
point of
for
order.
what purpose do you rise?
I'm rising for a point of order.
State your point of order.
I move to overturn the ruling of the Speaker and request a roll call vote, and I'd like to speak to my motion when you're ready.
Representative Dowd, there was no ruling to overturn.
There most certainly was. You just ruled me out of order.
I deferred on your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, you can't defer on that point of order. You ruled against me by counting the vote. I rose to a point of order under Section 533, number 2, under Masons, and under that rule, and according to the precedents of this House, a division is a recognition of a voice vote. And you counted people who did not vote in the voice vote. That's not appropriate. It's not appropriate by any rules in any chamber anywhere. So I'm asking you to rule that out of order. You did rule against me by counting the vote. Once you ruled against me by counting the vote, I'm now asking and rising to overturn the ruling of the Speaker. I'm requesting a roll call vote, and I'd like to speak to my motion when you're ready. Mr. Speaker, I withdraw my motion.
Members, we are now under discussion of the A28 amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A28 amendment provides $20 million to establish a cybersecurity unit at the School Safety Center located within the Department of Public Safety. This is incredibly necessary because we've had some serious cybersecurity concerns in our schools, particularly the Rochester area public schools had a security breach that forced them to close school. And our public schools contain an abundance of incredibly sensitive information on every single student, every single teacher. It is our responsibility to protect that information. And this is in the same vein as a priority that Representative Franke pursued last session for
Members,
safety
please take
security
your
audit.
conversations off of the House floor into the alcoves or retiring rooms so that Representative West can present the A28 amendment. Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're seeing more and more schools suffer with this, and if we don't do something, we're likely to see many more. And it's not just a large school district problem. Even small school districts contain important confidential information about their students. Now, I used to work for Geek Squad, so this is near and dear to my heart. When I was in school, I used my acumen to get around a lot of things, and now kids are really able to know far more than their teachers when it comes to computer science and the like. So we need to make sure our schools are secure for both our students and the parents and the teachers and staff, because we can't be closing schools because of this like we're seeing right now. And without this funding, it's going to continue happening. So, Mr. Speaker, I also request a roll call.
Representative West requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative West, for mentioning cybersecurity, because it is really important for our schools, as we've seen in some of the newspaper reports recently. But even before that, members, we have a provision that was in the governor's finance bill that I thought was really important to include, and that was $35 million for grants directly to our public and charter schools to decide what their needs are in cybersecurity, which we added to the school safety levy, so it's also available for all other schools to use their school safety money on. And then also to shoring up maybe some physical structure needs they have. So that's $35 million that's already in the bill that can go directly to schools, and MDE only keeps, I think it's $175,000 or less of that to make sure they're helping provide all the different consultations and help with the district to see what they need. So instead of creating a whole nother task force within MDE, this provides $35 million directly to our districts. So members, I think it's a better way of funding this much needed infrastructure, and I ask you for a no vote on this.
Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And frankly, the better way to do it is have a group statewide to support the districts. To have a little funding here, there, and everywhere, you get some personnel who maybe see something once in a while. But if we had a statewide, they would be in touch, monitoring, understanding, and they could go fix and take care of the issue. It's not just data, it's safety, because it included messing up the facilities, air conditioning, furnace, etc. There are a lot of systems affected in this Rochester event. It took many days, but if you got a team statewide that specializes, monitors, and can help every district, then you can respond with people that have expertise. I've seen the Azure, the Microsoft cybersecurity room and area where they monitor. And that's a pretty good setup because they've got the scope to do it. So the amendment is superior to what was promoted as grants. And frankly, let's do it smart. Let's do it right.
The author of the amendment, Representative West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the nightmare scenario for this is not just a private data breach, but a data hack where intruders can seize control of school security systems. And it is our responsibility to make sure students are safe in school. And we've seen new threats. And this is certainly one of them that could be exploited unless we do something. Doing this at the Department of Public Safety will be much more efficient, and it'll be a better use. I know we're adding so many FTEs in the departments in this bill. Let's have them do something incredibly important. We have the money. This is something we need to do.
The clerk will take the roll on the A28 amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the A28 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mueller moves to amend House File Number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A26.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Mueller, to explain the A26 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before I forget, I would like to request a roll call on this amendment.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Mueller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to put your attention to the A26 amendment. This amendment begins with a clear, unapologetic definition of the science of reading. The amendment updates our Read Well by third grade law and other provisions to align with our new, stronger definition of the science of reading. The amendment prohibits the use of whole language, balanced literacy, and it states specifically that it does not include the 3 cueing system in our teacher preparation programs. The amendment adds a list of recommended uses for literacy aid, including meeting the requirements of our third grade proficiency goals, professional development, and bonuses or stipends for teachers and paraprofessionals. The amendment establishes a reading reset fund, providing $100 million to reimburse schools for purchase of new curriculum, books, training aligned to the science of reading. This includes funding for professional development so teachers and staff can be trained in the science of reading, and funding for tutors to help our struggling readers catch up to read. Now, many of you know that this is a passion of mine. Representative Edelson and I have talked many times. And I wanted to read just a little bit from this wonderful packet that you provided us. Thank you so much. Of all the letters that support your bill. And here there is a coalition that wrote a letter that said they support this READ Act, House File 2497, in House Bill 2497, because we know that students who learn to read are going to be able to learn for the rest of their lives. Students learn to read from grades 1 through 3, grades 1 through 4, and then for the rest of their academic career, they use reading to learn. And then after they graduate from whatever they're going and they go on to whatever next, they continue to use reading to learn. Matter of fact, that's what my dissertation was about. But in this letter, Mr. Speaker, it says that reading instruction must be grounded in the converging scientific evidence about how reading develops. One critical piece was comprehensive training of teachers K-3, both pre-service and in-service, in the science of reading. And they are referencing the miraculous change of Mississippi, where they looked at the reading scores that were 49th in the nation. They held fast to the science of reading, and they moved within 6 years. Their reading scores now are in first. The letter continues on and says that the science of reading has been well documented. It's a broad body of evidence that talks about the development of how we actually look at letters and sound them out, that we read phonetically. We can read by a sound basis so that we can see each grapheme, each phoneme, so that we are able to sound out letters. We do not learn by simply being immersed. We do not learn simply by being surrounded by literacy, surrounded by books. We do not learn simply by giving a lot of chances at reading something that people don't understand. We heard very clearly from the governor yesterday about banning books. Every book is banned for a child that cannot read. Every book. For a child who doesn't know how to read, they cannot read any of them, banned or not. Today, it says in the conclusion, we asking you to support legislation to make Minnesota a leader in reading instruction and education by supporting the science of reading in schools. Well, wouldn't you know it, members, Mr. Speaker and members, there is not a mention at all of the science of reading in the underlying bill. Does not say those words at all. And I understand that the author of this bill worked diligently to define evidence-based. Defined it. And I understand that when we were doing our research for this amendment, for this bill, during our snow day, I took the liberty of reading every piece of legislation around the country that included the science of reading. And it is true that not every single one of them uses the words science of reading. You are right, they do not. But I have also heard from your side of the aisle about how we need to be leaders and how we need to forge new pathways. Well, wouldn't it be great if we decided that rather than tiptoeing around a definition and making sure that we don't hurt other people's feelings, that we actually say the science of reading? We've all been bamboozled into thinking that if we just go up to the line of it, that somehow magically it will happen. But remember, members and Mr. Speaker, words have meaning. And if we can't say the science of reading, it's not because we don't agree with the term, it's because we don't agree with the methods. And if we can't say those words, then what is the worth of trying to work around it? The Reading Reset Fund that we have in this amendment moves some money around from MDE and some other nonprofits and actually creates a fund that will actually fund the science of reading, meaning we train our teachers, we replace curriculum. We are able to fund that. The current bill has $78 million, and it is divided up between other places and organizations. Only 40 million of that is dedicated to replacing curriculum and professional development. I don't know if you've been in a classroom recently, members. My school replaced curriculum not too long ago, and it costs a lot of money. And if we want to make sure that our students are learning proven methods, scientific methods, we're gonna need to fund that. We need to be able to actually have money that goes to the science of reading. To be blunt, whole language or balanced literacy approach is a scam and quite possibly one of the greatest frauds in education in the past 40 years. I will take a cue from our governor last night. Let's not be Minnesotan about this. Let's talk about what we're actually talking about rather than tiptoe around the issue. Let's actually say the word science of reading, and let's say yes to this amendment. Thank you, members.
Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Edelson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Mueller, so much passion. I love it. It's great. It's good. You know, the READ Act, I've worked on for about numerous years, but since I was elected 5 years ago, I came in and I started working on literacy. And to me, it's very personal. I talk about my story in education. I was held back in 3rd grade. I couldn't read. We didn't know why. The teacher said, why can't this otherwise what would seem like a bright girl read? What we didn't know is that I had dyslexia. And the reason we didn't know is because we didn't know about the science really then, right? And so we've learned a lot in literacy, and I hear you. I also grew up to a single mom, very poor, in a school in North Minneapolis that was closed because of No Child Left Behind, which in fact left lots of kids behind. So when I went in and I was elected here, literacy is one of my top priorities. I talked about it, and I appreciate your passion. I'm a little, Representative Bakeberg, you said, help me understand. I agree with that one, especially in terms of this amendment. What I would say is I'm going to ask members to vote no, because also Representative New Brindley talked earlier about how it's so important to work with our schools, and that's exactly what the READ Act is. It's working with our schools on language. It is making sure that we have a comprehensive approach to the problem that we have around literacy, and I admit that we do have a problem. And I think this is a bipartisan consensus. We need to get our literacy scores up. But structured literacy, let me be clear, members, in the bill, in the READ Act, which was worked on with educators, superintendents, principals. I think Forest Lake was mentioned. I'm pretty sure I talked to Forest Lake in the READ Act. But structured literacy is the application of the science of reading. Now, the science of reading does trigger some people because it feels blaming. Now, I'm a therapist, and if I was doing cognitive behavioral therapy for years and somebody said, hey, you know what, you've been fooled. This is the bad and the wrong way to do it. What happened to the 40 years that I have done in my life, or have spent, well, that's not 40 years because I'm 42, but what happened to all of the work that I have done? And so while you're saying we've been bamboozled and we've been all these things, I think it feels blaming of teachers, and you have to be careful here because I know you're an educator yourself. Structured literacy is in the bill. Evidence-based is in the bill. And I heard Mississippi quoted, I heard Virginia quoted, and I read all those bills too from all the other states, and there's nice little summaries. In Virginia and Mississippi, they do not use science of reading at all. You know what they use? Evidence-based. And actually, we put in the 5 pillars of literacy, which are right, phonemic awareness, phonics. We agree on all those things. So let's not make this partisan. I have asked all of your members on the education committees, I've asked to come caucus with you. Oh, yes, members, I did. But you turned me down. I don't know. Nobody took my offer. I wanted you to sign on to this bill because you're going to ask for the roll call, which I'm super excited about, because our bill was worked on with stakeholders. Our bill was literally worked on with curriculum directors, and our bill has a partnership with the Carey Center at the University of Minnesota to make sure that we vet the curriculum, not just throw money at a problem, because that doesn't always work. You guys talk about that all the time. And so I will say, let's vote no on this, because the other problem is when you do the reading reset, you kind of gut equity and inclusion work that we're doing in other parts of our bill, which I don't think we have to pick. We can do both. Thank you. Members vote no.
The author of the amendment, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Edelson. Yay, fist bump. Awesome. I don't know what is more equity-driven than knowing how to read. I don't know what levels the playing field more than knowing how to read. So I don't feel like this isn't choosing. This isn't a dichotomy of choosing between one or the other. This isn't choosing between whether or not I have to specifically talk about specific subgroups of students. Every child can read, period. And I just want to say to the educators who are listening, as an educator for the last 20 years, you've also been lied to. You were taught that you did not know. You were taught that you didn't need to know the science of reading, that evidence-based was enough. As a person who has gone through her doctorate dissertation, you were taught how to look at evidence because almost anything can become evidence-based. We can twist facts around all we want. That's fine. That's great. The reason why we hold true to the science of reading is because what makes sense to our parents is when we say what your kiddos have been taught by teachers who have also been taught incorrectly, this makes sense. Science of reading makes sense. And you are right. In the bill, it does have all the elements of the science of reading. Then why can't we say it? Then why can't we say it? Why are we so afraid to use the term that basically is in the bill already? You talk about blaming. I've been in the classroom for years. And when I taught 8th and 10th grade. My 8th and 10th graders, those who were not taught how to read correctly, who struggled, they honestly believed something was wrong with them. And when the teachers are doing everything they can, everything they know how to do to help them, both teacher and student are struggling and wanting to know what to do. And when we intentionally say, intentionally keep the tools out of our teachers' hands, I don't know how that's equity either. Members, Mr. Speaker, I know that this hits a spot that both of our parties agree upon. We agree and believe that literacy is foundational to our future. And if you hear me getting passionate, it's because I know the ramifications of not knowing how to read. The ramifications of illiteracy go beyond the classroom, Mr. Speaker. They go into our prisons. They go into our healthcare. They go into our society as people are raising their family. Illiteracy is a health crisis. It is a public safety crisis. Why would we deny tools to our students, to our teachers? We know the answer. I just want to end here. It's asking, these coalitions are asking us, and the coalitions in here, Autism Society of Minnesota, the Coalition of Children with Disabilities, Decoding Dyslexia Minnesota, Groves Learning Organization, Minnesota Disability Law Center, Multicultural Autism Action Network, National Parents Union, Pacer Center, the Reading Center have asked us to give tools to our students and to our teachers based on the science of reading. Going up to the water's edge, including all the elements, but not being willing to say it is not good enough. Vote yes.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the 826 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bakeberg moves to amend House Bill number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A19.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg, to explain the A19 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, the A19 is just a simple amendment, and I'm confident, Chair Youakim, that this will be a friendly amendment. But the A19 preserves local control, flexibility, and discretion by classroom teachers and school leaders on how they manage student behavior and conduct to ensure that our schools are safe for every single member of the school community. Specifically, this amendment removes several mandates overriding local policies, otherwise restricting how school staff maintain order and safety for our students. This bill, the underlying bill, restricts our educators from teaching children how to properly behave and act necessary to maintain a safe learning environment conducive to learning, but also just in society in general. One of the things that we talk a lot about within education is discipline is teaching. Representative Hill, I know you're an educator and I think you would agree with that. But discipline is teaching. The process that we use in the school that I'm a principal is very clear. We start out not by punishing students, but we start out by teaching, because discipline is teaching. So we have a conversation with students. Oftentimes that conversation is rooted in restorative practices. If that conversation does not work and the student continues the same type of behavior, we move to a consequence, because that conversation did not teach the student the appropriate behavior to maintain order in our school. So that student gets a consequence, and that consequence is wide-ranging. If that consequence does not work to change the behavior, to ensure that our learning environment is safe for every single student, then that student gets a punishment. And that's what they need in order to learn. That is caring for our students, for every student, because discipline is teaching. When we abandon teaching children how to follow rules, how to conduct ourselves in school, we abandon teaching our children how to follow rules of a governing society. Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call. Thank you.
A roll call vote has been requested. I see 15 hands, so there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Bakeberg, for describing so well what the process should be. When we do have a behavior problem in school, and it happens, I get that, there needs to be a very set of processes. Being talked to, having a consequence, having various level of punishments. But what the language in this bill does is it says the very last option would be removing a child from their education. And now you can say, you know, our school districts does that. We are so careful. We are perfect. And we say, thank you for being that school district. Thank you for respecting children and using the process so that you're supporting the child and supporting their education. But we know not all school districts do this. And we need to hold all school districts accountable for how they're disciplining our children. As you heard before from Representative Richardson, what's happening in our school is disproportionately affecting the education of our children of color, of our indigenous colors, of our children with special needs. Now, we're talking about the education bill. We're talking about funding education, but we're also talking about holding our systems accountable. Non-exclusionary discipline is what we expect from our education systems, particularly in those early grades where just being part of the classroom is part of a child's development. And when we talk about opportunity gaps, the ultimate lost opportunity is not to be allowed in your school. So these provisions address this and are saying we will hold school districts accountable for educating each student.
The author of the amendment, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Chair Pryor. Thank you, members. Thank you for sharing your perspective, Chair Pryor. I would just start out by saying I am far from perfect, and we do not have a school, and that's not what you were implying, I don't think. So I just wanted to make it very clear. If you have any questions, you can call my wife. But our schools are not perfect. We're in a process of learning how to support students. And I think the reason that this amendment is so important is because this amendment respects individual districts. The underlying bill talks about issues that are happening across the state. There's a suspensions and expulsions report here that was put out in 2022 by the Department or by the Office of Civil Rights, and it outlines the significant disparities in suspensions across Minnesota. There are lots of conversations about this. MDE began this conversation back in 2018 when I've had conversations and expressed my concerns about this provision of the underlying amendment. I began my education career in 2001. And do you know what we were talking about at that time? Subjective discipline. Do you know what's in this report? Subjective discipline. We could have saved a lot of money and just talked to local districts, more than the 40 in this report, and ask them about how are you addressing subjective discipline in your building. This amendment is an opportunity to send a very crystal clear message to every educator across Minnesota that this body trusts educators to maintain their classroom. It's that simple. What the underlying bill is built off of is work, and important work, I would add, predominantly with advocates, predominantly with the Department of Education. One of those advocates highlighted how her perspective and really evaluated in education policy and education finance, how she didn't appreciate how some discipline was handled for her child. She publicly named a teacher and a principal 6 years after the behavior was dealt with. 6 years, member. That's unacceptable. We wonder why we have teacher pipeline issues. This is one of them. This is one of the reasons. We have to get back to respecting educators, lifting them up, not dragging them through the mud, not naming them in committee. That's unacceptable. Or we could listen to the Department of Education. The Department of Education held a feedback, actually 3 different feedback sessions during our snow break. Throughout our committee hearings, I asked for the feedback session. Just yesterday, I had a Zoom call. I haven't checked my email yet today, so maybe it's in my email now. But I still don't have the aggregate data from that feedback session from the department. If you'd like to see it, I'll gladly share it with you. But one of those feedback sessions, the comment was made from a principal about this underlying amendment, or about this underlying bill. Suspensions are utilized when needed to ensure safety of the educational environment for all students. This is bad policy. Speak with problem districts. This blanket approach is poor. From a building principal. I don't know who the building principal is. It doesn't say on this feedback. We can listen to advocates who drag teachers' names through the mud. We can listen to the Department of Education, who have a set agenda and are pushing an agenda and not taking feedback. Or members, we have the opportunity to listen to professionals, to experts. During our testimony, we had 2 different principals. We had multiple principals testify, but 2 of them were the principals of the year for Minnesota. One from Representative Purcell's district, one from Representative Hudson's district. They both said, we understand there are issues. We understand. But please, look at the data. Every principal across Minnesota, every suspension is reported to the department. Reported, it's called DIRS, Discipline Incident Reporting Suite. Every suspension is submitted. It would be very easy for the department to pull that data and work with and take the money that Representative Richardson in her bill has to support those districts. If my building is struggling with exclusionary discipline, I would hope that the department, in their 480 staff that they have, they're going to get more in this bill. I would hope that they could pick up the phone and call me and say, hey, Ben, we got an issue. But that's not happening. We're going to take a blanket approach. It reminds me, I didn't have this principal in my early career, but it reminds me of a principal who stood at the door of the school and checked off staff as they entered. And then he'd walk into the staff meeting and he would yell at everyone because people are showing up late. That's poor leadership. This underlying bill is yelling at every principal across Minnesota. That's poor leadership. Vote yes on the amendment, and I request a roll call if I have not yet.
Representative Bakeberg, you have already requested a roll call, and at this moment, I will ask the chief clerk to take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 61 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail and the A19 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House Bill number 2497, the third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A29.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett, to explain the A29 amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, thank you. The 829 amendment actually preserves curriculum integrity and keeps decisions on curriculum where they belong, within our school boards and in partnership with their teachers, their parents, and their community. This underlying bill mandates instruction and course offerings that can and should be left at the local level with local decision making. And specifically, this takes out the ethnic studies mandate. And members, if we were talking about ethnic studies, as I think most of us would understand it, the understanding of various cultures and peoples, the understanding of the evils of racism in our history and so on, everybody here agrees that kind of thing should be taught. But when we start pushing in things that are more toward political ideology, things like which talk about white privilege and oppressors and victims and those types of things, then it suddenly becomes something that creates divisiveness between school boards and parents, between administrators and parents. And we as a legislature just do not have, we should not be doing that kind of thing. And if members of this body want to dictate the specifics of what's taught in the classroom, then we should run for school board. We shouldn't turn the legislature into a statewide school board. So in addition, this amendment also deletes the curriculum policy provision, excuse me, that prohibits discrimination or discipline of a teacher for bringing in materials that are not part of the approved curriculum. So I've never heard of one case, I don't know if anybody has here, of a teacher being disciplined by their school board or by the educator licensing board for adding outside material to their approved curriculum. That's quite common to do that. And in addition, teachers are hired to provide instruction aligned with their field or licensure and to teach curriculum that's approved at the local level. So that's what this amendment does, and I would ask for a green vote. I'd also ask for a roll call, please.
Representative Bennett requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call vote. Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Sinsemura.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Bennett. I know that you and I had a chance to actually talk more about this. I want to appreciate all the members of the Education Finance Committee and Education Policy Committee who took the time to meet with me and to have discussions about what this curriculum, what this important investment in students across our districts can look like for students in all aspects of our state. And I'm thrilled today to be talking about ethnic studies, because ethnic studies is an incredibly important investment that we can make in all of our schools and all of our students. I think I want to start with just reading the definition of ethnic studies, because I think over time this word has come to mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And I think it's important to be on the same page about what is in the bill. So page 40, ethnic studies. Ethnic studies means the interdisciplinary study of race, ethnicity, and indigeneity with a focus on the experiences and perspectives of people of color within and beyond the United States. Ethnic studies analyzes the way in which race and racism have been and continue to be powerful social, cultural, and political forces, and the connection of race to the stratification of other groups, including stratification based on gender, class, disability, sexuality, religion, to your point, Representative Bakeberg, and legal status. You know, and I have talked a little bit about my own schooling experience, which is what makes me really believe in the power of ethnic studies. I went to school in the 90s. Some of us probably were there as well. I think, you know, what I felt like, I went to a Minneapolis public school, a very diverse school, and at that time, I heard a lot about this idea of the melting pot. America's a melting pot. We have diverse, we have, you know, something that was said a lot at my elementary school. We have over 100 languages in the school. And we would do things like a potluck day, right? A cultural day. And I always felt like, you know, as a young person, I was allowed to like bring my identity to the classroom. I'm Japanese American. My teacher would say, do you have a dish you want to bring? Do you have an outfit that you want to bring? I think ethnic studies goes one step farther and says you can also bring your history to the classroom. So for example, something that is very important to me is the way that schools teach World War II. There's a lot of different ways that we can teach World War II. One aspect of World War II that is not taught in schools that is very important to me, that is very important to my family, that is very important to my people, is that my family, along with 120,000 other Japanese Americans, were interned during World War II. I meet a lot of adults that don't know about that don't know that that was something that happened in our country. And a lot of schools don't teach that as part of the experience of people in World War II. So these are the kinds of histories that are not taught in our schools, and that is what ethnic studies works to bring in. I think the last thing that I want to say, and there may be some continued discussion, happy to have it here on this floor, you know, is that I think we as a committee, we really committed to listening to young people. We had a day where we listened to young people's voices. And this is curriculum that young people across our state are asking for. We have 2 school districts in our state that have already made ethnic studies a graduation requirement. We have over 30 districts across our state that teach some kind of course that would fit into ethnic studies. But we have young people reaching out to us from all corners of the state that say, I want access to this kind of curriculum. That's what this bill is looking to do. And I just want to end by sharing a quote that from a testifier that we heard from in the Education Finance Committee. So this is from Jocelyn. Jocelyn is a 6th grader from Worthington. So not a district, you know, that currently has an ethnic studies, any kind of ethnic studies mandate or requirement. But it's a district that is actually 75% students of color, right? It's a district that has changed a lot. And part of what ethnic studies is trying to do is to ensure that districts change to reflect the students that they have in the classroom. So Jocelyn says, I understand that teachers want schools to be child-friendly, but I also want to learn the truth. I do not want other children to go out and learn false information. It's unfair. I am making my testimony because I want my voice to be heard. I am tired of not being heard or seen. I shouldn't only see myself in cartoon or fictional characters or for a short moment in social studies. We are creators, inventors, designers, politicians, warriors, royalties, and now history is teaching us that we need to be saved. But the reality is that we have and continue to save and move this country forward, and that is what I need to learn and hear. Youth from across our state are asking us for this curriculum. This bill is ensuring that all students have access to the curriculum. This bill is ensuring that all districts across our state have both accountability and support to implement this important curriculum. So I ask members for a red vote, a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Representative Bennett, for bringing this amendment. It's very important. I'm going to explain why. And thank you, Representative Cincemira, for, I think, articulating very well what your side's motives are in doing this. I especially appreciate the focus on definition. We're going to come back to talking about a definition that's extraordinarily important here momentarily. But before we do that, I want to lay the groundwork a little bit by sharing some of my own personal experience, my own lived experience, if you will, both of myself and my family, both the generation prior and the generation that's on its way up. I feel as though I and my generation have had the privilege of growing up in a time and a place that is perhaps the least racist that we have ever seen in the history of the world. I stand as a living testament to that fact. I'm the son of a black father and a white mother. A mere 10 years prior to my birth, there were states in this union where their marriage was prohibited. My father carried the living memory of being explicitly discriminated against under the law. We're talking about things like being denied access to public accommodations, being explicitly denied and boxed out of certain communities, redlining, still comes up in committees today, right? Being explicitly boxed out of certain professions and denied meaningful access to institutions. My dad was a young teenager in 1964, which was the year that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. gave his monumental I Have a Dream speech on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. In that speech, MLK laid out a vision, he called it his dream, for a world he would not live to see. And a world that my father, as a young teenager at that time, did not yet know. Now, we've all heard these words that I'm about to recite before many, many times in school, as a matter of fact. But they prove deeply relevant to the question that's before us, the question of whether or not we're going to include in this education bill what is euphemistically being called ethnic studies. So let's listen, please. Grant me a little accommodation here and reflect upon this brief excerpt from the I Have a Dream speech. King stated, "I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character. I have a dream today." He went on to say, "I have a dream that one day down in Alabama with its vicious racists, with its governor having his lips dripping with the words of interposition and nullification, one day, right down in Alabama, little black boys and black girls will be able to join hands with little white boys and white girls as sisters and brothers. I have a dream today." Members, we live that dream today. Look around. You know, I reflect back on many of us were at the Minnesota Zoo for the legislative day at the zoo recently, and we got to take a peek at each other's families. Mighty diversity, not just in the room, but amongst our own families. I've lived it my entire life. I exist as a reconciliation of two races. It's literally in my DNA. Like many of you, I have multiracial children. My wife and I are raising 2 multiracial boys. Like me, my wife has a complicated pedigree. Norwegian and indigenous, which is not at all uncommon in Minnesota. But when you mix her and you mix me and all the random heritages that we know about and don't know about, you get 2 boys who might be able to click select all when disclosing their race on an official form.
My youngest is a 9-year-old, and he takes after his grandfather. He likes to spend a lot of time outside. In that way, he doesn't know it, but he kind of harkens back to the 80s where we all went outside and were gone for hours at a time and came back whenever. He does that. He stays on the block, but he likes to play with his friends. And his two best friends, closest friends, the ones who he spends the most amount of time with, one is a little girl of East African descent who lives across the street from us. And the other is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white kid, boy, who lives a few houses down. And the three of them just tear it up, rip-roaring up and down the street, getting in fights. They don't always get along. They disagree. They can hurt each other, hurt each other's feelings, wrong each other sometimes. Occasionally they'll disclose, they'll declare in theatrical fashion that they're done with each other and that you're not my friend anymore and I don't want to talk to you. And that boycott usually lasts less than a day. They're back at it by sundown, by the next day at the latest. They get back together and they get along. Now that image, that lived experience of a mixed race kid going out to play in the street on the block where we all live in community with a East African girl and a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy, that literally is Martin Luther King's dream. It's what he said he hoped for. He said that aspirationally in 1964, and it was such an alien concept that we teach it in our history because it was so monumental, the idea that kids who look different from one another could play and regard each other as sisters and brothers. And we've gone beyond that. We've gone to regarding each other as family, real family, becoming family, marrying each other, having children, mixing our cultures, finding ways to reconcile what was previously unreconcilable. And we've made tremendous progress. And I find it extraordinarily strange that there seems to be this desire to drag us backwards. The self-identified progressives regressively trying to convince us that it's still 1964, that systemic racism makes it incredibly difficult to exist and persist in the United States of America. What this bill does to those kids, to my two sons, and to their friends, is it takes kids who currently don't see each other through a racial lens. And I want to reflect on that for just a moment because language is important. You brought that up, Representative. It's important that we understand what we're talking about. I think when folks on my side use the phrase see race, and in fact, I think I had one of these conversations today with one of the members on my side of the aisle, claiming to not see race. I think they mean one thing, and when you use the term see race, you mean something different. So over here, when folks tell me that they don't see race, what they mean is that it's not that they're blind, it's not that they don't recognize racial differences, it's not that they don't understand history, it's that they don't judge a person on account of their identity, their racial ethnic identity. They don't take that into consideration when they're determining whether or not somebody's right, whether or not somebody's wrong, whether or not somebody's good, whether or not they're bad. It's a non-factor. You might say they're judging people by the content of their character, which again, was the good Dr. Reverend's dream. We're there. What this bill does is it takes us back. It takes our kids, my kids, the kids on the block, and it teaches them to hate each other. This bill, unamended, is going to create racists. And not just a few hither and thither. It is systemically designed to produce racists and bigots, and I'm going to prove it. I'm going to prove it by looking at the language and looking at definitions. It doesn't just teach kids to judge each other by the color of their skin. It encourages them to compete with one another on the basis of racial identity, on the basis of, quote, or what they're competing for is, quote, power and resources. That's in the bill. So let's pause. This idea that ethnic studies is about bringing a hot dish or wearing an ethnic outfit or telling your story, talking about the complicated history of World War II, that might be included within it, but what it is at its core is right here in lines 39.3 through 39.7, where it states that a new district advisory committee must, and this is straight from the bill, must recommend to the school board, among other things, strategies to ensure the curriculum is such and such, so forth, anti-racist. That's the key word, anti-racist. Now, big deal, right? Curriculum should be anti-racist. Well, what does that mean? We go back to definitions and how important they are. In lines 37.4 and 37.5, we have a definition of anti-racist. It means, and again, this is taken straight from the bill, actively working to identify and eliminate racism in all forms so that, this is the key part, power and resources are redistributed and shared equitably among racial groups. That's what we're trying to do with ethnic studies. And I see the smiles and the grins and the shrugs and the, oh yeah, well of course that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to redistribute power and resources. What's so wrong with that? What you're doing, in effect, is you're teaching my kids and the kids who they know to not just see race, not just recognize that other people are different than them and have different stories and different histories and different backgrounds, but you are going to teach them through curriculum intentionally, as a byproduct of this bill, to take an envious inventory. Yeah, it's funny, ain't it? Must have hit a nerve. You're going to teach kids to take an envious inventory of the power and resources of the kid next to them because they look different. That's teaching kids to be racists. It's teaching them to be envious. It's teaching them to squalor and wallow in this pit of grievance and envy and suspicion and hatred. They're going to be walking down the street, inventorying each person, ranking them in this new caste system that's constantly evolving and shifting, who's more oppressed, competing amongst themselves to be more oppressed in order to have a greater share of the power and resources that we're redistributing. This is the mindset of ethnic studies. And I got to tell you, I got a huge problem with it. This is personal. You're trying to, in essence, tear me apart. Which side of me should I hate and why? Which side of me owes something to the other side? How oppressed am I by my whiter children? How much do they owe me in reparations? How far does this go? How many generations back do we have to look? Is there a political border where it stops? How do the dynamics function as to who owes who what and why? See, what I like, and the reason why I'm standing here, and the reason why we have achieved Martin Luther King's dream, we achieved it. We got kids who are treating each other as family and actually in each other's family across racial lines. It's here. The reason why that was possible, and the reason why, by the way, because I know you guys, I see it all the time, anytime anybody does what I did and brings up the I Have a Dream speech and highlights the, I don't want my kids to be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character, that kind of annoys you a little bit when we quote that. I usually get the, yeah, but you're missing the broader context, blah, 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 blah. It's somehow a prescription for modern critical race theory. I don't know how that works. But I can tell you why it was successful. I can tell you why we have an MLK Day and not a Malcolm X Day. It's because Martin Luther King was aspirational. He spoke to our values and to our potential and to our capacity to overcome and to our virtue as individuals and as a chosen community. He was putting on offer, not an offer of force, and that's actually part of the reason why he got killed. It's not because he was somebody who was overly militant. It's because he was someone who was effective in prescribing peace and relationship and genuinely valuing each other on the merits. That's what judged by the content of your character means. On the merits. And it's that meritocracy, which is often spoken of so poorly and thought of so poorly, certainly within the worldview of ethnic studies that you're prescribing for all of Minnesota's children. You view the idea of merit as somehow anathema to this. But in reality, if we only focus on, and this is going to be relevant in later debates, perhaps even tonight, the more we focus on aggregate statistics and the disparities among groups, and then try to fix that number without acknowledging the cause of disparities in outcomes. Outcomes amongst people are the products of potential and choices and behaviors and values and habits and consistency and persistence. Merit. Now, if we can identify, as we have in the past, an explicit way in which people are being discriminated against based upon the color of their skin, then you're going to get an all-green board, one of our all-green boards, in rooting that out. But the idea that we're going to bake into the cake of our public education the worldview, one might even say the religion, that notable disparities in outcomes onto themselves make you a victim of racism and bigotry, and that on that basis, our job as a society is to redistribute power and resources in order to even the scoreboard. You're declaring a race war by doing that. That's what that is. You're saying, we're going to go around, we're going to inventory everything along racial lines, and then we're going to sick on each other and try to get that power and resources and redistribute it. My boys aren't going to be taught that. I will find a way, if it means sending them to private school, if it means homeschooling, maybe you won't allow me to do that. Maybe there's legislation coming down the line that won't allow me to teach my own kids. I don't know. But there's no way in hell I'm going to have my boys taught that they should be judging other children based on the color of their skin and then seeking to redistribute power and resources on some nebulous claim that they've been victimized by virtue of the fact that they're a different color. We're going to teach the girl across the street, the East African girl across the street, that my son has victimized her by virtue of his birth, based upon a scale of pale, right? Like the paper bag test, the old historic paper bag test. Maybe that's what we'll use to determine whether or not you're oppressed or not. It would be laughable presented as a concept, presented as legislation. It's vicious and vile and disgusting. And I view it as a direct assault upon me personally, upon this state, and upon our children. Vote green.
The author of the amendment, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Hudson, for the debate on the curriculum itself. But I'm going to circle back to the point I make at the beginning, that we do not belong as a legislature taking over as a state school board. This should be a local decision, whether the curriculum is ethnic studies, or we could say favorite subjects over here, favorite subjects over there. We as legislators should leave that to local school board members. I ask for a green vote. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail. The 829 amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Bennett moves to amend House File Number 2497, a third engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A22.
I recognize the author of the amendment, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The 822. Oh, first, before I forget, may I ask for a roll call?
Representative Bennett requests a roll call vote. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Bennett.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. So the 822 amendment preserves pathways to teaching to keep the door open for more teachers to enter the classroom, and it maintains high standards and expectations for teachers to be competent. Members, we have a teacher shortage, and there is no reason that I can think of to eliminate pathways to get teachers into the classroom. Specifically, we're talking about the Tier 2 teachers licensure pathway that teachers are currently on, getting more teachers into the classroom. I have not heard any administrators, any schools, any teachers asking for a change in this pathway. There's no problems with this pathway. Actually, it's working. It's getting teachers into the classroom and showing competence. So there's no reason to get rid of it. We're preserving a proven pathway for more teachers to enter the profession. We're evaluating classroom experience rather than paper certifications. And we're maintaining high expectations, because the other thing that this amendment does is it does have teachers would need to pass a pedagogy and content exam. We're recognizing that the licensing board could use a variety of options for applicants to demonstrate their competence. So we're giving some opportunity there for assessing teachers in different ways. So, Mr. Speaker, I actually would like to move to divide this amendment if I could.
Representative Scott moves to divide the amendment. Representative Bennett moves to divide the amendment. Representative Bennett, where would you like to divide the amendment?
It's okay, Mr. Speaker, we're both Peggy's, right? I would like to divide the amendment between lines 1.5 and 1.6.
Representative Bennett, I have reviewed the amendment and it is divisible. Members, we are now under discussion of the first portion of the A22 amendment, which includes lines 1.1 through 1.5. Representative Bennett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is the part that deals with the tiered licensure and would reinstate the Tier 2 pathway so we can keep teachers on that path, getting more teachers. I won't say any more. I know we've been spending a lot of time on amendments, so I'll just leave it at that. And I do request a roll call on this portion. I don't know if I have to again, but I will request
Representative Bennett, the roll call carries for both portions of the divided amendment. Further discussion to the first portion of the A22 amendment. I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Speaker and members. I rise today to urge a no vote here. The divided House file, A22, includes several provisions the genesis of which came from House File 2497. Our future teachers, our schools, and our communities are served by this bill, and the proposed divided amendment will cause barriers to these benefits. The divided amendment would exacerbate some of the challenges that House File 2497 is seeking to remedy when we work to approach and fix the existing challenges with the teacher shortage. The element of greatest concern here is that we will prolong the teacher shortage into the years ahead because this hinders and removes the conditions in House File 2497 that we put in place. They're put in place to ensure that our districts and charter schools can not only find educators, but it can recruit, then hire, then train, support, retain, and equip each of them to ensure that they have successful teaching careers that last decades. That's how we solve the teacher shortage. We need to ensure that all of our teachers have the tools they need so they don't exit the profession like so many do. We don't want them to exit due to the lack of preparation, the support, and the voice that these measures in the bill would provide. This bill allows for districts and charters to access robust grants to fund their educators' development, mentorship, and in some cases coursework that they need to move through the tiered licensing system. It allows for districts and charters to play a key role and to have a responsibility in developing and empowering and equipping staff for long-term success. While there have been much misinformation shared about this bill and what it means, it's important to note that this bill will not remove a single teacher from the profession. And it includes legacy language that allows for all teachers who currently hold a Tier 2 license to continue on the path they are on today to achieving their Tier 3 or later Tier 4 professional licensure. To date, only 99 Minnesota teachers in total have utilized the Tier 2 to Tier 3 3 years experience pathway. Compare this to the 850 teachers who will achieve their Tier 3 licensure upon the passage of this bill due to the removal of the standardized testing requirement. I'll note that this number of 850 teachers includes 250 teachers of color. This bill also reduces barriers to the tiered licensure system. We remove BA requirements for teachers in visual performing arts, as well as teachers in the visual arts and world languages and cultures. In these critical areas that students need opportunities now. The proposed divided amendment will provide few very short-term opportunities to small groups of educators and prospective educators that lead to not long-term challenges or short-term challenges, but simply challenges. It will prevent this bill from achieving its goal of finding those who will be successful in meeting the needs of our students and families in Minnesota classrooms for decades. This bill ensures that those who enter the classrooms have the tools, the supports, and the knowledge to successfully serve our students and families for decades to come, thus working to solve our teacher shortage. Please vote no.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little confused because when we shut down pathways to teacher licensure, we shut down opportunity for more teachers to get licensed. So sorry, Representative Hill, but that didn't make sense to me. We need multiple ways for teachers to get licensed. We, in Tier 2, we value teacher classroom experience rather than a paper certificate. I asked in committee, what problem are we solving here? Is there a problem with teachers who get Tier 2 licensed? There's no problem. That's what I was told in committee. Administrators want this, schools want this, teachers want this, but there's an outside group that does not want this. And this is like a solution looking for a problem. We don't have a problem here, members. The problem is we don't have enough teachers, and we need pathways to bring them into the classroom. I ask for a green vote.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the first portion of the A22 amendment is not adopted. The motion does not prevail. Members, we are now on the second portion of the A22 amendment, which begins with line 1.6 and ends with 1.16. Discussion to the amendment. I recognize the author, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The second part of this amendment reinstates the requirement for Tier 3 and 4 applicants of teachers to pass the examinations, and again allows the licensing board to allow for options. If a teacher has a tough time with a paper pencil test, they can set up an interview style assessment. But members, we should still validate the basic knowledge of a teacher and not reduce our expectations for the kind of teachers that we have. We want to maintain quality teachers, and that's what this will do. Thank you.
Discussion to the second portion of the A22 amendment, Representative Hill.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, I urge a no vote. I will not revisit all of my comments, but if the end game and the end desire is to find more teachers and teachers of quality, a yes vote will prevent that from happening. So once again, we urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote green.
The clerk will take the roll on the second portion of the A22 amendment. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 60 ayes and 70 nays, the motion does not prevail, and the second portion of the A22 amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 2497, as amended.
Third reading as amended. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Erdahl, for discussion of for discussion of House File 20. Representative Erdahl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick minute for an issue that I want to highlight, and that is the shortage of teachers in Minnesota. We know that's a problem, but one of the roadblocks to student training to become teachers is the cost of student teaching. Not only do students have to pay tuition as student teachers, many have to leave communities where they have been living and working part-time jobs to pay expenses. They simply can't afford to student teach. I've spoken with college and high school administrators about this. The lack of student teachers is becoming a serious problem in Minnesota. I've talked with Representative Pawlowski and others, and I hope that this can be addressed. If not this year, let's get it done as soon as we can. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Perez Vega.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just highlighting the importance of education in the state of Minnesota. And I'm so proud of the work on this committee. So very proud of what we're going to have inclusive in this bill when we think about our early learners. And I think about my daughter who's going to be starting preschool in August of this year, highlighting the fact that we are going to have voluntary permanent pre-K in this session with an addition of 5,000 seats to making it over 9,000 for not just students in the metro area that we heard so much in committee, but students that were represented by Superintendent of Hinckley, who drove twice to this Capitol to testify on all seats that are going to be credited to be granted for that funding to go to make sure that those students are able to have preschool in Hinckley and not have to drive 45 minutes away. I spoke to several childcare providers who are in support of this as well, and recognizing that not everybody has the opportunity to afford childcare, but that deserve to afford an education in our system. And I also want to highlight the beauty that our children are not going to have to wait to go to college like some of the students that are present from the Chicano Latino Studies program here today, to have to learn about the history of not just where their families came from or your family came from, but of our history here. I think about Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard that we drive right here that had to be fought for a holiday, that it was denied on January 13th, 1987, 4 months before I was born. To have a holiday that we're proclaiming and celebrating to this day, that is a part of ethnic studies. A part of recognizing that when I learned the song, Campo yo vivo triste, cada día sufriendo más. Ay Dios, ¿qué será de mí? Si no bailo esta bomba, me voy a morir. Plantation, mountain land. I live sadly, every day suffering more. Oh Lord, what is it of me that if I don't have my culture, I will die? I learned that song at 4 years old, not in a curriculum that was for and by us, but by teachers and educators that were forming and organizing resistance, Black studies, Latino studies, Asian American studies, and recognizing that this is American history. That song is 500 years old, that comes from Borinquen of Puerto Rico, that isn't just of the enslaved Africans, but no, of the blended culture of the indigenous and enslaved Africans and the colonizers as well, and saying we have to figure out how resistance works for humanities. Dr. Pedro Albizu Campos, the first Black Puerto Rican, was a World War I veteran, was drafted to war, and became the first doctor of law to graduate from Harvard, and was taken away the right to be the president of Harvard Law School because he was Black. That is American history, and he taught that each child deserves to have the weapon of knowledge to know how to live, and the weapon of knowledge to know their history, not a weapon to put in their pocket while they walk into schools. We are talking about history to recognize so that, yes, we are proud of who we are, regardless of the shade of brown, whether it's the darkest that we see here to the lightest that we see here. That is Minnesota's history. That is American history. I am proud to recognize that we are going to have indigenous studies for our kids. We wanted this growing up as Minnesotans. We were neglected of learning who we are, and we are standing here as state representatives with my colleagues. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Samantha Sensor, Representative Sensamura, my sister, in equity and in education, because we come from the platforms of putting pennies together or fundraising ourselves to now being elected officials to demanding the change that our students deserve, that our children deserve, to feel proud, to recognize what land we are standing on, this beautiful indigenous native land, to hear the drums, to learn the songs, and to say, hey kids, you don't have to wait to college. You can do this, and your preschool will be funded. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I I want to start by saying sitting on the Education Policy Committee is one of the dreams I actually had. I didn't know it was my dream because I never saw anybody in these seats who looked like me. So what I want to start out by saying is representation absolutely matters. It matters who's in these seats, it matters who's at these tables, and it matters what our experience has been. In the Education Policy Committee that I served on last term and this term, I have been really honest about my experience, not only from my own life experience, but my experience serving as a Native American liaison, and the experience that my own children have, and the experience that my children's friends have, right? Like those are the constituents that I've listened to. I am really, really excited and honored to have worked so in-depthly on this bill. Chair Pryor, thank you for allowing me into spaces to challenge us, to grow, and to be inclusive in education. I appreciate your willingness to allow us to do that. Chair Youakim, I appreciate you setting aside an entire article in your bill to address Indian education. That matters. I just spent this morning with a bunch of educators out at a conference that work in Indian education. And there are many things in this bill that they are also really proud of. I want to highlight some of those things. I could go on and on, but I know we're going to be here and other people are going to talk about really important things. But first, I want to say thank you to the Native American Caucus. Representative Becker-Finn, Representative Kozlowski, a lot of the things that we did in this bill, we did together, because that's how we move. We don't move as individuals, we move holistically, we move collectively, and we move together in what I believe was one of the most beautiful ways that we could move this year. We did it alongside each other, we did it alongside our tribal leaders, our communities, but also our youth. I don't know if those of you who remember in the Education Policy Committee, we had two really young individuals come in. I mean, they were like elementary. And they were the future of Minnesota. And they were talking about provisions and maneuvers that changed the way that this education system looked. And it changes the way that it looks by putting more people in the classrooms who look like them. I have said in many spaces, and I'll say it for a really long time, I have 4 degrees. I have a high school diploma, an associate's, a bachelor's, and a master's, and I've never seen a teacher who looks like me at the front of a classroom. My first experience with intense racism in a classroom was in 3rd grade. I remember sharing that story in committee, and even Lead Bennett spoke up and said, that should never happen. That should have never happened to you. And I appreciate you seeing my story in that. And though that was a couple years ago, we know that that story is still happening in our schools. And so the things that I want to highlight is Article 4 as a whole. Representative or Chair Cleavorn just passed a bill that will hopefully make Indigenous Peoples Day a state-recognized holiday. One of the things in that, and how my whole journey started, is I, as a liaison, asked my superintendent one day, hey, can we do a really cool event on Indigenous Peoples Day for all students so they can see the beauty of our culture? And he flat out told me no, and he said, we're not going to do that until it's a city-recognized holiday or a state-recognized holiday. So for those of you who know me very well, I don't take no for an answer. So I went and passed it in the city of Moorhead, and now we're here. And now hopefully what that does is it opens up the opportunity for all of our kids to see the beauty in my culture, in our culture. So I appreciate that. We're also going to start to ban harmful mascots. This is not a ban of all mascots of any kind. If you feel like your mascot is okay and you've partnered with your tribal nations, there is a process of exemption for that. We know that there are some schools that as they walk through that will be fine. When we graduate, there's been many schools that have denied us the opportunity to wear our eagle feathers or our eagle plumes. Knowing the data of our Indigenous population and our graduation rates is much less. This is an opportunity, and it's a huge achievement for us. It's a connection of not only who we are, but it's a huge life celebration. And I love that we collectively, because this was one of the things, too, in the DE that the other side put forward, that you included. And that means a lot to me, that means that matters to you. We also are going to invest in more teachers that look like me. Like I said, that matters. Those conversations and those life experiences matter. We're going to allow traditional tobacco. I don't know if many of you saw me right before spring equinox. I was actually harvesting tobacco here because it's something that we still do. It's not a commercial tobacco, it's actually dogwood. It's just a process that we utilize, and I know that we talked a lot about that. And through education, I think we all learned the difference between traditional tobacco and commercial tobacco. We're going to be sharing data with our tribal nations so that we know where our students are at, because that is important. And so I appreciate that. A couple other things I want to highlight that are really, really important to me in this bill is recess for all. We see often that children, I have a young one who suffers from ADHD. He gets the wiggles. He's got math, reading, all in a row. And when he's not acting right, the thing that they do is they punish him by staying in for recess. When we all know our littles need to get out and move. They need to get that energy. We do that here when it gets long and we start to walk around. So I appreciate that we're allowing our kids to still get out and move, that we're not creating that space as a disciplinary space. I also really appreciate Representative Kozlowski's bill for gender-neutral bathrooms. This is something that we're learning a lot of people need, individuals with medical needs, individuals who just have personal insecurities that want to utilize an individual bathroom. That's coming with funding support, so it's not a mandate. There's options for grants for you all to do that. And then also when we talk about homelessness and foster care, we know that when you move, every time a student moves, even if they stay in the same school, they lose 6 weeks of education. So if you think about our homeless population or our foster care or kids who are in foster care, when they move consecutively, they always lose a little bit of education. And so adding the transportation component that allows them to stay in their schools only increases their likelihood of success in school. And lastly, I appreciate that we put the adjustments for the long-term facility maintenance revenue. For those of you who don't know what this is, I believe that this is a way for us to be really effective with our money and how we utilize buildings in our communities. What we saw in my community is our Sam's Club went out of business. It's a giant building that a lot of other people will never buy. Fergus Falls did the same thing, and we're seeing this in greater Minnesota a lot. Our retail industry is failing and is going away, like Amazon gets bigger, which means a lot of these big retail places are eliminated. And so our schools are taking those places over, but there's some adjustments that needed to be made. So that's not fun and fancy, but I do think that's a efficient and effective way for us to continue to grow really powerful education systems and spaces in greater Minnesota. So I encourage us to vote yes. I encourage us to know that we have to make shifts in our education system. And I know she's not here, but I appreciate Representative Dr. Mueller in the conversation around exploring what prep time expansion can look like, exploring what possibilities of different school days could look like, because we do know that those shifts need to come. And I appreciate the open-mindedness that we've had at this committee. I appreciate the leaders who have put this bill together, and I would appreciate you all joining me in a green vote. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson. I can call on you later, Representative Anderson. The member from Cass, Representative Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. We may have touched on this subject earlier, but it's really important to me and my superintendents in my district, so I'm going to hit it again. This bill mandates that schools pay unemployment benefits for hourly workers. There are 65 mandates in this bill. This mandate alone has a fiscal note of $135 million. This one mandate. To put that into context, that's equivalent to approximately 2% on the formula. This bill also prohibits schools from using their current UI benefit levy authority to pay for this mandate. Of course it does. Because if it didn't, school property taxes would go up $135 million next year. And that would be shocking. But it doesn't really matter how we pay for this and where that money comes from, because it's taxpayers that will be paying for this unemployment benefit. We heard from Chair Youakim several times that schools can just avoid this if they just offer their hourly workers summer employment. Well, there are a couple issues with that solution to the problem that this mandate creates. One of those issues is the strike zone that you are asking our school administrators to hit. Unemployment standards require that a job that is offered to someone seeking unemployment benefits is comparable in position with comparable pay. That strike zone, I can tell you from experience, is about 1 square inch. But you know what would be an even bigger cost to our schools? The cost of actually employing all of these hourly workers during the summer when our students aren't even in school. This mandate will be devastating to local control. This money is desperately needed to pay for teachers, to pay for mental health workers, to pay for school resource officers, to pay for transportation, to pay for higher pay for our hourly workers. Give the money to the schools, get rid of all the mandates, and let the schools do with what they feel they need to do. These mandates are going to destroy our schools. Members, vote red.
I recognize the member from Washington, Representative Hill.
Thank you, speakers. Members, today I rise in support of House File 2497, and I want to express the excitement and the pride I feel when I reflect on this legislation, and especially what it's going to mean for our students, future students, and the families here in Minnesota. I want to begin by thanking our House colleagues, every one of them that served on the Education Policy and the Education Finance Committees. Our work together made this bill better. And as we move through our debates, in our sharing sessions of ideas, in our opportunities to get to work with one another, I know that that work benefits the state of Minnesota in the final form of this bill. I want to thank our chairs and Lead Bennett and Lead Creshaw for their work, an incredible skill in guiding us through that process. This bill provides historic funding for our schools that have been starved for decades. During the time of this scarcity, our schools would be told repeatedly, over and over, to do more with less, and then be vilified when this lack of funding and support made this charge and these tasks challenging or impossible to achieve. I've seen this firsthand year after year throughout my 25-year career as a teacher. And it's become clear to me why, as the challenges have multiplied and intensified in our schools, it's become clear why it has led to more than 60,000 licensed teachers in the state of Minnesota choosing not to teach today, saying no thanks to working to educate and serve our students. I see this as profoundly sad. Our students deserve better during this period of time, and this bill will immediately begin the healing work to meet the needs of every last student in Minnesota, to remove these Band-Aids that I keep hearing about. It's going to do this in every corner of Minnesota for every student, regardless of every student's zip code, ethnicity, ability level, family income, identity. It doesn't matter. There's no exceptions. Every single child. I urge you to join me in voting to pass this education bill. It's a bill that will support proven enhancements to teaching surrounding literacy. It's a bill that will support geographically large school districts who've had to dip into their general funds year after year to cover the cost of transporting their students further just because of the one reason of their size. It's a bill that will seek to support American Indian education for all throughout Minnesota with significant investments, strategic policies, and curricular shifts to ensure that we serve all Minnesota students with Indigenous education through a curriculum that's designed in consultation with Minnesota's American Indian tribes and sovereign leadership. This is a bill that will seek to recruit, develop, equip, and most importantly, retain future teachers that are more representative of the students that they serve within this historical investment in our Teachers of Color bill. This is a bill that will provide programming and community ed opportunities for adults with disabilities and communities throughout the state. This is a bill that begins the critical work of authentically investing to fund our EL programs and special education programs that for decades have gone unfunded. This alone will provide an almost 7% increase in funding to each of our school districts and charters. In short, this bill gives me hope and gives me joy. It gives me hope in realizing the vision shared in this chamber last night by Governor Walz as he reflected on the Minnesota miracle of approximately 50 years ago. I see this as a bill that allows us to begin down the path he described here that ensures our education system has the resources and the direction so all Minnesotan children will have their needs met in schools across the state, so that Minnesota will be and will stay the best place to raise a child, period. Please join me in proudly voting yes to pass House File 2497 for Minnesota students and families. Thank you.
The member from Washington, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I just got this passed out. It wasn't timed, but it's sort of the perfect timing, so I'm glad it wasn't in my seat earlier. This is a letter from our School Board Association. It's from the St. Paul's Public Schools, the Association of Metro School Districts, Rural Education Association, Minnesota School Board, Administrators of Minnesota School Board Association. And they're specifically talking about one of the areas that I want to briefly talk on tonight, and that is the incredible number of mandates, again, that are in this bill. We keep hearing the number 65, and the chair wants us, listen, we actually are up to 67 mandates already. And from what we can find, only 10 of them are funded. So we have 57 unfunded mandates within the DFL education bill. They fall into what I would call 4 broad categories, specific details of curriculum. And we've talked about a lot of that tonight. Representative Bennett talked about the ethnic studies requirement. We have many other curriculum requirements. Even the reading bill has requirements. In Minnesota, we are a group of independent school districts. The legislature is not the school board for the state of Minnesota. We elect school board members and have independent school districts so that they can administer and teach what makes sense and spend dollars what makes sense in their district. I again want to thank the majority for upping the busing slightly, but you could argue busing is a mandate, right? It's not a new mandate, but it's a mandate, and it is an unfunded mandate. And so we're spending dollars on new mandates, almost all of which are unfunded, and we're not providing basic services for our school districts. And we're certainly not letting them, our own administrators that we trust, our school board members we trust, our teachers that we trust, we're not letting them make the correct decisions that they think for their own districts. This is about labor negotiations. The education bill before us specifies things that are normally negotiated. Things such as mandating class sizes, testing, staff ratios, the summer unemployment benefits that Representative Knudsen just talked about, e-learning pay for non-teachers on days of e-learning. Those are things that are left to school board and union negotiations. And yet we, as a legislature, are attempting to usurp the negotiations, the local negotiations, and mandate things that should be better left to the locals. Representative Bakeberg talked about discipline and all the incredible mandates. We count 1, 2, 3, there are about 10 mandates on various things related to discipline in the classroom. Discipline issues are best left to the principals. They're best left to the teachers. They're best left to our local school districts. And new reports. I have found 7 new reporting requirements that the school districts are going to be required to do. And there are $0 attached to any of them. Anytime the Minnesota Department of Education requests or we ask them to do a report, we send money with it. And yet we have done none of that for our local school districts. And there are 7 of them in this bill alone. These things are wrong, folks. If we have money to do things that we shouldn't even be prescribed, some of them may be a good idea. But good ideas don't need to be mandated because it maybe it makes sense in a local district and maybe it doesn't make sense in a local district. But we should be letting them decide. But for all the dollars that we have, we should be sending them to the schools, the public schools that are so needy that we all support, and letting our administrators and our teachers and our school board members make the decisions about where those dollars should be spent. This side of the aisle supports local control in education. We support our school boards, we support our administrators. We believe that they know what's best in their local district. We do not support a legislative, state-run, state-decided school district. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Clardy.
So the Maasai tribe of Africa, they typically greet each other by saying, they don't say, hello, how are you, or how's it going, but they say, how are the children? It's an indication of the health and the wealth and the culture of the students there. And as a teacher for 27 years and a school board member, I hope we can get to that point where we say, how are the children? So I'm going to lift up 2 provisions within the bill that I think that make a big difference. Because as you know, education and learning about things are not only limited to a school district or sitting in a chair, but it's the experiential events such as going on field trips or talking to an expert. So one of the provisions that is in the bill is funding the Sine Dreamline program. And this program works with the school district and helps support them in teaching students how to develop in social, emotional, and cognitive development way. This also helps the students define their own pathway to success. They learn how to engage in school, they learn how to engage in community, they're improving in their physical and emotional well-being, as well as discovering academic success and graduating from high school, and then learning what to do after they graduate from high school. So this program helps them develop a lot of the soft skill and lifelong skills such as leadership or how to work collaboratively, how to make decisions within a team, and how to achieve goals after they've set them. So this is one program that has been very successful. It's currently in St. Paul and Hopkins. It also is in Columbia Heights and Burnsville. It's in the process of discovering other communities, like it's looking at Moorhead, Minneapolis, and looking at finding some other areas in the southern part of Minnesota. So they're hoping to grow this program. Another program that we are working on to be included in here is it is the Minnesota Foundation for Student Organizations, and the Career and Technical Student Organization Program. So they work within the school, most closely with the CTE programs. So they are in the process of developing learning opportunities that will help our economy, like as in agriculture, health sciences, business, marketing, family, consumer sciences, IT, manufacturing, transportation, and the list goes on, okay? The list goes on. So these programs are intercurricular, and they're bringing the technical aspects to students. So there's been a survey that was done, and of these students that went through this program, basically there's like 85, well, I should back up a little bit. Let me just back up a little bit, okay? There's about 26,000 students that are currently being served in the program, and the total outreach with the program is about 140,000 students. And the programs that are included in it are DECA, FFA, BPA, HOSA, and Family and Consumer Scientists. So a lot of these programs are geared toward greater Minnesota, or rural Minnesota, teaching people how to work with agriculture, food, natural resources, along with programs as far as like developing like how to run a business or how to be proficient within a medical community. So when you're doing learning, it's not just in the classroom, it is also the experiential thing or being exposed to people that are experts in the field. And about 95%, in the study, about 95% of the students successfully completed it. And then of the students that dropped out of school, they said that if they had been given a chance to have a real life exposure to something that was meaningful to them, that they might not have dropped out of school. Which kind of brings me to something that Martin Luther King Jr. said. The function of education, therefore, is to teach one, to think intensively, think critically, intelligence plus character. That is the goal of true education. So I think that this bill is very comprehensive. It is not only in the classroom, but it is providing a connection within the communities and making students' experience being real life. So please vote green on the book.
I recognize the member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I just want to say, as the lead on education policy, I want to thank Chair Pryor, Vice Chair Hill, for your good leadership and your respectful leadership and the respectful dialogue that took place. The opportunity for weekly meetings. Chair Pryor, thank you very much. It was a pleasure to work with both of you. And kudos to your staff, by the way, too. Excellent work. And I'm also, it was a pleasure to serve on Education Finance. Chair Youakim and Vice Chair Clardy, pleasure to work with both of you, and thank you also for the respectful committee. And, you know, I have no doubt the intentions of this education bill are good, because I know the people behind it. And I thank you for it. I do have concerns. I have a lot of things I agree with, too, in it. You know, the special education, dealing with that cross-subsidy issue and the transportation issue, and Representative Edelson, I can't remember where you're sitting, but your hard work on the literacy components, even there she is, even though I know we, you know, sparred back and forth on the strength of the language and then some of the mandates and so on, you worked hard with that. And if that had been an individual bill, I still would have voted for it. So I thank you for your work on it. There's a lot of good things, but then there are concerning things. And probably, aside from the Tier 1 issue, which I also talked about during my amendment, that one concerns me a lot. Because first of all, that takes away a pathway that was a good pathway to get teachers into the classroom, another way to show proven excellence in teaching. And it was also a hard-won bipartisan victory back in 2017, and I'm saying bipartisan because both sides worked hard to compromise and come up with that. And now it's being taken out, and I see no good reason for that. And so that concerns me. Probably the biggest concern is just the lack of local control here. I'm not going to get into it all because our other members have talked about that a lot. So unfortunately, I will be voting no on this bill. I feel bad. I love education. I love kids. It's been a joy working with you, and I thank you for that. Members, I'm just going to suggest a no vote, and I thank you for your attention.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pryor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored that I get to follow Lead Bennett. And I actually want to start with the thank yous, too. I want to thank our great committee members, my wonderful vice chair that took on so much work and really rose to the occasion even in his first year of service here. I do have to go to Lead Bennett. Of course we had to be respectful. You're on the committee. I don't think you could be a lead in a committee that was not respectful, because that's the tone that you set from the very beginning. And we're just being consistent with the kind of person that you are. And the same is true that I know that you believe that what we want is the best for our kids. And so I think that there still has been, and there will continue to be, some great work that comes from our committees this year and to next year. And the bill is better, even if it's not perfect in everybody's mind. The bill is better because you and your committee members on your side of the aisle were part of it. And that is a fact. And I'm talking about my policy bill. I'm also talking about our great education final bill, finance and policy together. So thank you, Lead Bennett. I know that you've got a great researcher, Mr. Jody Withers, that is so much a part of your team. I need to, again, thank our nonpartisan staff, as Chair Youakim did at the beginning, Christina Pera for policy, Tim Strom, and we always need to talk about the wonderful, wonderful revisor's office that we have. And we have Cassandra McGinnis that is assigned to ed policy and education. And I'm sure she's listening right now if she's not someplace around. And I also want to mention we had great pages. And we could not really function the way without them. So Nick Sandberg and Khalid Ali, thank you so much for the work that you did. Finally, I want to make sure that we're saying again the names of our great DFL staff and that pulled this together. Mars Rundquist, Wilson Lee, and Isabel Anderson. Researcher, committee administration, and committee legislative assistant. In all of our committees, I know that it's our staff that actually makes things happen. And so we're definitely grateful. And I, of course, saved our chair that we are a part of this greater bill for. I don't know if everybody's aware of the fact that I don't think this kind of bill could come together without someone like, and the experience that Chair Youakim brought to pulling this all together. And when we're talking about, local taxation and just all those things that I don't even know the words for, she does. And she kept our team together and kept us functioning. All right, so that was the thank yous that I could have done at the beginning, but we're doing it at the end because it's a good time and it's a good way to end. I want to come back to one issue, and there's so many things that I could be talking about now, and I could be focusing on and doing the long list of great policy that's in the bill, but most of that policy has already been talked about because the policy went to the Education Finance Committee because there was financial implications to it, and I think we have talked about the policy that comes from funding. Some of it is just that general funding because we do at the state level fund education. And so that's why on the floor today, it's one bill. I'm going to come back to one issue though, because we keep talking about workforce, keeping teachers in the classroom, bringing in new teachers. But we also talk another part of we heard about in committee, but even between committees. We heard about our hourly workers, our paraprofessionals that are in the classroom. For more than 80 years, Minnesota has had a blanket exclusion that prevents hourly workers in our schools and universities from being able to access unemployment insurance in summer months. They are not the only temporary workers in the state. They're the only temporary workers in the state that are excluded from this measure of economic security. This bill includes those workers, And when we do that, we show respect for their contributions to our students' education. And I want to say just a couple workers here. One is Christine McGee, who's been feeding students at the University of Minnesota Comstock Hall for 7 years. And because of low pay and insecurity in the summer months, she worries about supporting her 5 kids and keeping a roof over their head. Everyone is struggling, she said, and many co-workers who are behind on their bills, some fear being homeless. This is somebody that's part of our kids' students' education. We need to support her. Also, Kat Briggs. Every time Kat Briggs came on as a testifier, she just brings us together. She's so passionate. She's so caring. She's a bus driver from ISD 196, and she showed up in committee after committee to remind us that school workers should not have to go from financial crisis to financial crisis to do a job they love, caring for our kids. So, members, these school workers, they deserve the same economic security as all other Minnesota workers. And this bill does that. It's a good bill. It's a good bill, members. Vote green.
I recognize the member for Morrison, Representative Krisha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for a long and productive debate, a good debate. And I have lots of thank yous to call out. I'll start with my colleague across the aisle, Madam Chair Cheryl Youakim, who we talked many, many times, always had open discussions, and many times I iterated the fact that to get a bill to the House floor requires strong leadership, and that we saw. The committees were always respectful. And one of the things that I love, and I could call out all the members, but I won't, because we all know who we are, but I want to go to what we saw in committee, and that was countless stories of people that were coming into the committee and talking to all of us and exuding the passion that they have for education. Okay? That's an incredible experience. And it's an incredible experience to be led by a good chair and a vice chair. So Vice Chair Clardy and my colleague, Representative Bennett, and Representative Youakim, you have my respect, and there will be more accolades as well. One of the things I was thinking about, a quick anecdote that I would share, I was just thinking about this for a minute. Those of us who've been in the schools, been in the classrooms, you've heard Chair Youakim talk about her experience in the paraprofessional career, and we have other teachers. And I thought about it, if all of us that were educators were working in a school and Representative Bakeberg was our principal, we would all be against him. And then there'd be times he'd be with us. But I thought about it, it's because of where we are here that creates the different perspectives and the different conversations, and that brings us to challenging ideas and brings us to trying to get a deeper understanding of the policies that we have for an education, finance, and policy bill that will guide the state of Minnesota for the foreseeable future. And so with that, members, many of the things that come up and what I'm about to bring through, it's not that we're just making this up, and nobody would say that. We have 134 seats here representing stories and people that are talking to us through emails, through the door knocking, through the conversations that we have in the classrooms, from the town halls and the city councils. You've heard Representative Nash talk about the conversations that have come up through his district. You heard the very, very powerful speech of Representative Hudson, who brought a perspective and a passion to this floor that we haven't seen in many, many terms. And I appreciate that. And all of that comes into this conversation. It can be true that schools should do certain things. It can also be true that we don't have to mandate those things, because the problems and challenges that we see here on the House floor, our colleagues in the trenches see as well. And so, members, in 2022, leading up to the election in November, the Minnesota Department of Education identified 371 public schools requiring intense support because of dismal academic results, because of challenges their students were facing. And 43 of these schools fell short in every category. The top challenges for Minnesota public schools that educational leaders and Minnesotans were seeing involved teacher shortage and a lack of diversity. Minnesota test scores were among the lowest in the nation. Public schools were suffering the largest enrollment losses in recent years. Students were worried about their safety, and recent incidents that we've even seen in the last 12 months have shown that violence is a concern. Parents feel disconnected to their local boards and education curriculum because of the top-down approach to education. School board members and parents are at odds interpreting policies forced upon them from the state. DFL members and other members here, we acknowledge there are mandates in this bill, and House File 2497 embraces those mandates. But no one has answered the question yet, are the mandates necessary and good? When you look up a mandate in definition, you find it's a command from a superior to an inferior, to officially require someone to do something, not to inspire them, but to require. When we squeeze tight, we're showing the things we fear the most. Yes, we fear that our kids aren't getting education. Yes, we fear that our kids are facing times of uncertainty and some very difficult moments. But we don't need to squeeze tighter with mandates. We don't need to squeeze that fist so hard that we remove the innovation and creativity that our teachers and our schools and our educational leaders can provide. With the mandates overriding local initiatives, classroom innovation, classroom management, and classroom instruction is diminished. It's not inspired. The disciplinary mandates command how educators deal with disruptive students. Students need boundaries, they need self-respect, they need security, and teachers, adults and students alike need to be able to mediate through difficult times. Those are hard moments. Nobody knows when you arrive in the classroom the things that those kids are dealing with that could set that kid into motion or could set that adult into motion. But yet we insert ourselves into that conversation. There were times that I was in education that the kid that came to my classroom who fired off at me was not mad at me. He had had a horrible experience the previous hour, or maybe even in that morning. I was the target. But to take me out of the mediation, to take me out of the conversation, to help me not get to a better place with that student is a really bad place to be. In a time of teacher shortages and a time where MDE has a current open positions that are yet to be filled, this bill adds more than 47 FTEs with additional funding for up to 26 more. It's a career for bureaucracy, but we close the pathways with the tier structure for teaching. That doesn't seem to make sense to me. This bill changes the tiered licensure program that would eliminate the pathway to permanent licensure for educators with demonstrated successes. That was a quote. No one asked to curtail a popular path for teacher credentials, potentially removing hundreds of educators in high needs areas from classrooms and throwing up roadblocks for future teachers. According to a recent Star Tribune article, and members, these are stories we've heard. These are not things that we sat around and said, hey, how do we get political about this bill? These are the conversations. Just in the papers of the Star Tribune from the Chicano Latino Affairs Council, which I happily served on a couple terms ago, and a very motivated, wonderful group of people. But here's their quote. Students, parents, teachers, and school administrators are not asking for this, the tiered licensure changes. The Minnesota School Boards Association has voiced opposition to this bill as having 16 other education advocacy organizations. This bill moves teacher diversity, teacher recruitment, and teacher shortage in the wrong direction. They didn't come to me and say, hey, go speak on this in the House floor. They wrote this and put it out so that Minnesotans can see we need to do this better. There's a lot in this bill. This is a bill that has a tremendous amount of time, effort, and passion. but it has a bill that is still in process. Back in my English classroom, this is the first draft. We're just putting the red marks in. We're sending it back to try to get it better, to try to remove some things, to try to get some things better. Our contrasting educational vision replaces the Minnesota School Board mentality with flexible funding to meet the priorities set by parents with measurable goals for academic success. We encourage communities to take ownership of their schools and amplify the pride that we see at tournament time. And we ask our communities in our DE to take the funding, innovate, create, and make it better for their communities, and do it in ways that are different from other communities. We've heard countless diverse perspectives. We don't need to get in their way. We don't believe mandates are liberating. They are a command from the superior to the inferior by definition, and they're authoritative. Like Ulysses, we should strap ourselves to a mast and plug our ears to resist the wails of the sirens, AKA special interest groups, calling us to be drunk with power at the state level. We don't need to be the state school board. We should empower the parents. We should empower the educational leaders in each community. Our vision calls for an open path to teaching, empowering educators, and promoting high standards. Lowering standards for teachers will not produce better teachers, and lowering expectations for students will not lead to better academic achievement. Members, school board, administrators, and teachers work daily in the trenches for the needs of all the students. The collective bargaining changes in this bill related to class size will put all schools, metro and rural, in a non-equitable situation. Take the situation of Minneapolis and St. Paul, who've already negotiated that schools that have a 70% poverty rate will have class sizes. But if the provisions in this bill go into place and those are upset with collective bargaining agreements, that could mean those dollars used for those high poverty schools are put into more affluent schools to change the balance of class sizes. Take a district that I was very familiar with previously when I served, Long Prairie, which has a very transient population. They could have a school size of 20 to 25, and because of a collective bargaining student, a family could move in because they have a very transient nature. A family could move in with 4 or 5 kids, which is not uncommon, and suddenly that class size, because of the collective bargaining, doesn't make sense. They have to split it. And those kids now, rather than just adding 1 or 2 kids to that class is now split, and some of the kids have a different teacher, and we've disrupted the whole class right in the middle of the school year. That doesn't seem to make sense when they've negotiated this. In conclusion, mandated decision-making when the decisions on the makeup of curriculum, the daily school schedule, discipline, or where and how to stock products in the school are mandated by us, school leaders lose initiative and school policies become disconnected with the students and teachers they serve. At a time when American industry is abandoning the factory model and top-down management as hopelessly irrelevant to the modern enterprise, House File 2497 doubles down on the unimaginative mandate-driven model and labels it the next Minnesota miracle by our governor. I don't see that working. Members, when calls for fundamental change in the American education is rebutted not by arguments of student achievement and reimagining future generations of innovative American prosperity and global leadership, but as Representative Hudson pointed out, but with stale arguments of race, class, and social mixing, it is impossible to achieve real progress. Ask yourself this: how can our educational leaders in Minnesota inspire students and bring out the potential of their students when they are commanded from above to fill out more paperwork, create bargaining divisions, and file for unemployment benefits? Allow those problems to be worked out by the schools. Minnesota's top-down, over-regulated system of public schools is woefully unprepared for the challenges we're facing in this century. We could strip that back. We could allow for the organic creativity and the organic progress that is in the nature of the very people who teach our students. So members, I respectfully ask for a no vote on this. I respectfully ask us to pull some of the mandates back and allow our educational leaders to step up. And Representative Youakim, you have my respect as well, and thank you for a great committee.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Working in and for our schools is a labor of love for everyone involved, from our paras to our teachers and administrators to our counselors, social workers, school nurses, our school employees who take care of all of our students' needs. They make sure they get to school, they make sure they're fed, they provide medical and emotional support as well as clean up after them when the day's done. The entire bill is about investing in our future, in our Minnesota learners. And I want to thank you all of those out there who testified in front of our committee, especially the students. Those student voices should be central to our work. During the interim, I work as a paraprofessional in our schools, and I do this because I want to stay grounded. Because I believe if we really keep the students at the center of this, they will help guide us to where we need to be. Each one of our schools across the state are as unique as the students that they serve. And those students, they're just not numbers. They're people, they're stories, they're not talking points, they're real. And it is our job as legislators to make sure that every one of our public schools are healthy and safe learning environments for all of our kids. It is our job to make sure that our districts have the stability, flexibility, and the tools to meet our students where they're at. And it's our job to partner with our families and our communities to ensure that they have the tools to support our scholars so that they can reach their fullest potential. This bill does that job. And members, we need to do our job. I ask you for the support for this bill so that we can make an historic investment in our schools, our students, and the future. Thank you. Please vote yes.
I recognize the member from Brown, Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a question for the author. Would Chair Youakim yield for a question?
She will yield for a question. Representative Torkelson.
Thank you. Chair Youakim, we're just taking a quick look at forecasted funding. How much did this forecasted funding for education increase comparing 22-23 to 24-25 without this bill?
Representative Youakim.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to be quick so we acknowledge the dinner break here so we can get done. So 24-25, they would have gotten under the forecast model a 5.6% increase because we had some funky stuff going on with compensatory aid increasing and a few other things. And then 26-27 without this bill, they'd only get 1.2%.
Representative Torkelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank our education team, led by Representative Ron Krisha, Peggy Bennett, and I want to thank all Republican members for their work and leadership on the Education Committee. House File 2497 is a bill with more mandates than money, prioritizing bureaucrats at the Department of Education, closes proven pathways to licensing, leaving fewer teachers for our schools, and is soft on student discipline. The DFL majority deflects responsibility for the massive $250 million fraud scheme from Feeding Our Future that continues to see more indictments as the investigation remains ongoing. This bill fails to provide funding that is fair and focused. This bill does not respect local control or empower parents. This bill lacks seriousness when it comes to the science of reading. This bill sets no expectations on students to either excel academically or even behave properly in the classroom. The House Republicans have again offered common sense amendments, including an alternative budget proposal with funding that is flexible, where literacy is learning and local control is innovation. Our budget would have given our students a 5% and 5% increase on the formula and a 50% reduction in the special education cross-subsidy, more than $100 million for safe schools and $250 million for literacy, with real commitment to the science of reading. Members, with a historic budget surplus, there is a historic opportunity that unfortunately is being wasted by the majority. I want to thank Chair Youakim for her hard work, but we can do better, and I would urge a no vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minnesotans value education. Every child deserves a world-class education, but funding for public schools has not kept pace with inflation for decades. This budget funding increases for schools and students are the largest in state history. In fiscal year 24-25, a 10.57% increase. In 26-27, a 15.9% increase. This budget makes important investments in mental health. When I met with the student council in my district, the students' 1, 2, and 3 top priorities were dealing with mental health. And that's why we are making a commitment to hire more licensed school counselors, social workers, psychologists, nurses, and chemical dependency counselors. This budget diversifies our education workforce to help ensure all students can see themselves in their teachers and staff, as Representative Keeler spoke so eloquently to. We invest in recruiting teachers of color and Indigenous teachers, and we create a special education teacher pipeline program and training for our paraprofessionals and ESPs. We heard a lot tonight about superintendents and school districts. While I know my superintendent supports this bill, she supports us tying formula funding to inflation. She supports the increases in special education funding. She supports the strong literacy provisions in Representative Edelson's terrific READ Act. We heard protests about the unemployment insurance provisions. To reiterate, if an employee is offered a summer job, then the school district does not need to pay unemployment insurance. What we heard in committee is that folks want summer jobs but aren't being offered them. As a result, bus drivers are leaving and aren't coming back. This is the same economic security available to every other worker, and now we are extending it to schools and campuses. We amazingly also heard criticism today that we aren't doing enough to fund our schools. Let's be clear. If the GOP had 100% control over this surplus, it would be going back to the wealthy in tax breaks. How do we know? Because you've said so. A member today said we were throwing money at failure, and a former candidate for governor said that funding public schools is a black hole. Well, today, the House is going to finally step up to meet the needs of our schools, our kids, and our communities. Last night, Governor Walz called for another Minnesota miracle. 50 years after the first, this bill delivers on that public vote green.
Point of order.
Members. Representative Brindley, state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, under Mason, Section 124, personalities are not allowed in debate.
Representative Long, you have the floor. The clerk will take the roll on House File 2497. The clerk will close the roll. There being 70 ayes and 60 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. I recognize the member from Hennepin, the Majority Leader, Representative Long.
Mr. Speaker, I move a recess to the call of the Speaker for the iftar break for Ramadan until approximately 8:45.
Representative Long moves a recess till the call of the Speaker. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say no. The motion prevails and the House stands in recess.